It's time. It's time for chaos dwarves. Also, yo, I got some spicy news. I'm gonna do a. I might do a faction guide. I might, or like a new player guide to all the factions. So like, I'm thinking, what if I just also you can see my experimentation here. What if I just made like a build list for every faction in the game? Just like a basic build that if you're new to multiplayer, you can just copy it and then go from there. That'd be pretty hype. But yeah, tournament's starting in like right now. It's starting basically right now. It's chaos at our time. Yo, this thing's so expensive, man. So expensive. But there's like some cool shenanigans you can do with this Bull Centaur Torah. Look at that. He has the Lewin armor debuff. AoE Plague of Rust. It's too bad the archers are just an unholy amount of expensive. I don't know why. Okay, they get 30% more base missile damage. So I guess they do they do an extra 3 damage, so it's actually 16 per arrow at 120. Bretonnian archers do 17 though. Yeah, no, why would okay, I guess there's only 90 of them. So I guess these hobgoblin archers are kind of like Bretonnian archers in a sense, as long as they have enough HP. Yeah, they have more models. Then they have the fire damage. They got the same leadership as Bretonnian archers. I don't know. There's a lot of shenanigans here. Maxed out Kadai Fireborn. Build when. Yeah, I'll need to. I'll be experimenting a lot. I'll be experimenting a lot with these guys. Let's get the tournament started though. Here we go. Generate the bracket. At goblins. Round 1 live! Exclamation mark. It begins. All right. We're up against Fight Hour to start off. Nice, nice. I got my mod on. Wonderful. I'm also like kind of tempted. I'm kind of tempted to do like a Warcraft 3 stream tomorrow. Just like a mild change of pace. That or XCOM. I want to get like a non-Warhammer stream. I've been playing a lot of various factions. I've basically gone through everyone at this point. Very tempted, though. TBD, we'll see. We shall see. Let's see, what are the maps? Okay, so there's the maps. You're first. And my opponent of the day, their faction is yeah, what's their faction? What's their faction? Khorne. Interesting. Okay, so it's Khorne. He bans Eastern Isle. I'll ban Glade of the Everqueen. So on Bordelot Landing. Alright, here we go. Time for some shenanigans. Any, do I have a good, do you have a good thumbnail? Ah, hell yeah. There you go. Chaos Dwarf blocker, that'll do. Hey, we got first message on Twitch. Hell yeah. Do the unexpected. No one would ever expect you to bring 100 laborers. The mega play. Hey, Stormflower, thank you for the prime sub. Helps a lot. What does Chaos Dwarf competitive look like typically? Usually you take a bunch of dwarf warriors and then you kind of just spam their trains. Nothing too crazy about it most of the time. Against Khorne, though? Against Khorne, I must contemplate. Khorne is a very fighty faction. They can shut down trains pretty well. I don't know how I feel about laborers. So 250 for orc laborers. I'm sure it's fine. The goblin laborers. It's 9,000 HP for 1,050. I'm 450. I don't know. Khorne doesn't have a lot of fire resist. I got a lot of fire resist, which does help me out. Let's see. How do I want to play this first battle? Khorne can definitely be extremely annoying. Hey, what's up? What's up, Decay? I think there's only one real way to play against Khorne, though. You guys know it. What if I just go full gun? Full gun builds don't work with Chaos Dwarves because they're too expensive. They have a lot of really expensive stuff. Wait, this isn't Warcraft 3? I want to play Warcraft 3 maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Or did Talius, did you follow because of Turin? Because Turin had me play Warcraft 3. That'd be pretty jokes. Honestly, I've been itching. I really wanna, I wanna take my shot at it. This is the tournament. The tournament has begun. It was before, but you love Warcraft 3. That's awesome. Let's see. What magic do I want, though? Should I take Ash Storm? It was buffed. They did buff Ash Storm. Amazing. Let's see. I don't really need that. Definitely want to go for one of these. Khorne's a weird one, man. They're very fighty. Very, very fighty faction indeed. Yeah, I think I will just go for this. That makes a lot of sense. And then the rest of my army. Oh, Nelly. Bull Centaurs got a buff recently. They're slightly cheaper now. So I guess that's pretty high. Let's see here. What else do I want? Spam Hobgoblin Wolf Riders. Like that's pretty standard, right? The Wolf Riders are not bad. They're not like gonna kill mid-tier cav, but they're quite nice as like low-tier cavalry. Probably want to train. Alright. I got my weirdo build. I got my weirdo build versus Khorne. Hopefully I don't get absolutely annihilated. But all in all, Khorne's a pretty weako faction, right? We've never had a hard time versus Khorne. You can't see a skirmish unit and not pick it. I wonder if they're gonna hard counter it. Chaos Dwarves have a lot of infantry clear though, so I'm not too worried. What faction would you say would be the best for a new domination player? Probably Khorne if you want to get wins. But otherwise, I need like reasonably high tier factions. So like, you can play Beastmen if you want to rush. You can play as Let's see. What's a good just standing faction? Let me take a look at the stats. It's a good just stand around faction. You can play Ogre Kingdoms are pretty strong. Apparently Bretonia has a 55% win rate. Chaos Dwarves are pretty good. A little complicated to play though. Wood Elves are really straightforward. I'm actually going to make a faction. Ugh, man, my hair is. Ugh, it's getting too long. I'm gonna make a faction guide. I'm just gonna go through every faction and show off one build that you can just copy and play with from the get-go. Because I've been getting a few requests on putting out a new player guide. So at the end of the stream today, I'll probably go through that. Time for the pain train. Black Orcs. Black Orcs are pretty fun. Just tuned in. Why are Infernal Guard with axes a rare pick? Just because they're expensive, slow, elite infantry. And that generally doesn't have a big place in domination unless you're putting it in the starting army. And most factions are gonna run high armor in the starting army. It's usually rush, right? You're usually trying to rush down with like Chaos Warriors. They don't even see that much play. Usually it's Forsaken nowadays. Skaven very easy, no. But yeah, usually you go for like a full armored rush against like, you know, Bretonia or something. But it just doesn't really fit most Chaos Dwarf playstyles. Kind of depends though. There can be a good handful of situations where you might want to try it out. Who would have guessed? I'm going to kite build. So, very simple plan. It's a full kite. Ready. Let's have fun. Here we go. Hashut. So this is like as standard as it gets. We got a Bale Taurus guy with the healing. Well, he's pretty standard. The rest is kind of very kite focused. Double Bull Centaur Torok to clear off single entities. I have pretty high confidence that my cavalry will do well. If he does spam infantry, Iron Demons essentially take no damage from infantry. So I'm not really worried about that. As expected, he did take a little artillery piece there. Should be fine. Bunch of Skull Reapers, couple Marauders. So all we really got to do is just bully him. My skirmisher's got to get in there as soon as possible. But if I just get an Iron Demon, he currently doesn't have a way to shut that bad boy down. He's gonna need to get some sort of cavalry or doggos if he wants to stop that. Do I shoot the Hellforge Bellows? Maybe. Nah, Skull Taker doesn't have healing. Makes way more sense to shoot him. Here's the train. We'll get it into the fight a little bit faster. Shoot him up. If I can somehow kill Skull Taker, that would be aces. Just gotta get all my ammunition out as soon as possible. Those are just Marauders of dual weapons. Not a big issue in the slightest. So yeah, I'm just gonna go straight for them, right? These guys got anti-large. They're pretty powerful. Crap, I got charged. Whoopsie daisies. Yeah, they basically just want to take a fight into Skull Taker, right? Like, yeah, I know he's Skull Taker, but he ain't that good. If I just YOLO into him, he should just die. He's got a couple Minotaurs showing on up. Will they be able to stop us? Probably. I don't think I want to tussle. We do know Flames of what's it can be really good, but I don't want to take an unnecessarily high risk here. Yeah, we got the pain train. So it's just gonna work away his teeny tiny little marauders. Then I can start getting Macav summon going. We're on the run to hunt down the Skull Taker. Can I just take this fight? That would be pretty crazy. Okay, yeah, he does get a little Minotaur charge. Guess it's time we bring in these. The train's working his dudes pretty well. You know what? I'm gonna see if I can do it. These guys are super anti-large. They should be able to get a decent amount of work done on the Minotaurs. If I cast my spell over here, that should do like 1,000,000 damage, presumably. Also have some of his infantry caught up. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was actually quite nice. Not the most damage in the world. Definitely could have been a little higher. But overall, I'd say that was a solid enough trade. Value-wise, it's still a little close, yeah. But we heard his Minotaurs, we heard his Skull Reapers. His teeny tiny artillery piece getting hunted down. I am surprised at how slow these guys are. They are a little bit slow, admittedly. Not much I can really do about it, though. They do a lot of damage when they actually get on top of a target, though. That's an insta-kill on that artillery piece. Jeez Louise. I'll say that was pretty nice. So, I guess that's dead. Yo, that's crazy. You guys see that damage? That's huge. And we just bully his Minotaurs a little bit more. Bully the Skull Taker just a little bit. We are chasing off his dudes. Oh, there you go. Bull Centaurs. They're kind of a menace. Huge AoE on his dudes. Flames of Asgore is quite the spell, ain't it? So he's summoning in more Furies. Unfortunately, these guys do survive. But I think we have a pretty decent situation for ourselves. Barring a catastrophe, I should be fine. We already got a huge massive out there. Does have a couple more Minotaur great weapons coming in. Not the biggest issue in the world. Wolf Riders are doing pretty good. Yeah, it's very strong versus monstrous infantry. One of those rare spells that can actually kill monstrous. Usually you don't see that type of stuff, but in this case they do quite marvelously. He's just going to be spamming Furies now, which I believe is to my advantage. Bull Centaurs are doing great. Sends a couple Furies in here, but it's not the biggest issue. In fact, I think my Cav just delete them, right? My Taurochs are kind of taking some heat. But do I really have to worry much? Let's see, do I have another spell? Not really. I'd say the trading is nice, but not like exquisite, right? It's still a little sus, you know. This guy over here, Skull Taker, could still ruin me if I'm not careful. These guys have a... Oh, they have a Guardian. Oh, they have a Guardian this whole time? That's crazy. Alright. So it should be a rout on the Minos. My skirmishers here are amazing. And then we just start working on the Kadai, I guess. I shouldn't have to worry about Skull Reapers too much. They're pretty low tier. At least that's the general thought process when it comes to them. I think I can take a fight against Skull Reaper now, since he is full surrounded. I just got to be a little careful with my Lord. One debuff and he's a goner. Has a lot of physical resist that is not very useful for him right now. Yeah, okay, yeah, let's just pull back. Don't want to overcommit. I do have 2 capture points though, so that's pretty nice. Maybe I can get a sick breath attack against the Skull Reapers. And it was okay. It was an okay breath attack. But as long as he can't deal with my train, he's pretty donezo, right? Skull Reapers even just get flat routed. Skull Reaper owning your Torox, maybe? I don't know how much value they ended up getting. I'll check at the end of the game. But yeah, can you actually stop this? His Minotaurs weren't really too good. This is like, I basically got like a pseudo melee. I got like a pseudo melee build here with all the cav spam and like the Kadai and all that. Okay, I think these guys are way too prone to routing. I'm just gonna de-summon them for a little bit of cash money. Skull Taker is spooky, but not when he's this low. So I shouldn't have to worry about him just soloing my lord, right? He's also anti-infantry. He's not on his spooky mount. If he was on his spooky mount, this would be way worse. There we go. Nice little picks over there. And just like that, I think we're fine. Yeah, Khorne is very kiteable. Always just getting abused 24/7 by these guys. Once I was able to kill off his artillery piece, he basically had no chance of coming back, I think. Without the artillery piece, he's not going to shut down any of my skirmishers, and then he's screwed. It's also like a lot of your money when you go for that artillery piece. You can't play a stuff 'em up style. You have to try and get value. And by opting to go for no ground range units, yeah, it looks like it's going to be screwing them over. Khorne Gore's routing. They do really badly without a lord. And now it's time for the triple cap. Solid match. ABC, always be guiding. Doesn't even start with a C. Love it. Kadai seem pretty good too. Are these anti-infantry? They are. Interesting. Yo, why don't I just kite build every game? What does this do when it's overcast? Increased number of missiles. How devastating is this spell gonna be? That's a lot of missiles. That's a lot of missiles. It indeed was rather devastating. How much is the overcast cost? 26. Okay, good to know. Definitely one of those game-winning spells where, like, if you don't avoid it, you could just die. That's way more impactful than like a final transmutation. Standard Kadai are pretty great. Just avoid the big one. Dude, the big one is so sad. The poor Kadai Destroyer is so bad, man. It is painfully bad. Good evening, Medoged. We're just here annihilating with Chaos Dwarves in our first game. It's pretty good. Chaos Dwarves are, I feel like with their recent buffs, they got a lot of cool playstyles. I'm gonna be doing more than just kite today. Yeah, and like these guys are 1,100. They got bonus 30 versus large, man. Like mega Chad. 48 melee attack, 42 melee defense. If you want something that can kill single entities, this is your guy. Bull Centaur Torox are so cool. As long as you don't get like build hard countered, I should be good. But because there's like at least 3 meta builds for Chaos Dwarves, should be fine. Kadai Destroyer versus Elemental Bear. Elemental Bear wins because it has a breath attack, which gives it a little bit more pushing power. Yeah. All right, so that's Chaos Dowie versus Khorne. GG. Bull Centaur heroes are big though, so they get super punished if they're surrounded. Yeah, you gotta be careful with them, but like it's kind of like a Vargulf, kind of like a slower Vargulf, I'd say. Skull Taker didn't do much. Is yeah, one of the Skull Reapers got 1,200 value, probably from killing my Torox. One of the Minotaurs got a little bit of value too. But yeah, oh my gosh, dude, Iron Demons are such a menace. Kadai did really good. It's all great. Why do they rarely use Hell Cannons? Because they got better artillery. They got way superior artillery on other fronts. But, you know, you could play like a Warriors of Chaos-esque style with them. So, like, you could totally go for, like, basically what Warriors of Chaos does. You know, like, if you look at Infernal Guard and compare them to, let's say, you know, a normal Chaos Warrior, Infernal Guard have charge bonus versus large. They got that contempt, which, okay, well, that doesn't really do much. It just means that the other stuff is expendable, essentially. But, yeah, they got more damage. They got more melee defense by a long shot. Same amount of armor, more leadership. Kind of a lot more expensive, though. The melee defense is good. Like 12 melee defense is huge, but yeah, it kind of depends on the faction you're going against. But if you really wanted to, you could totally play them like Warriors of Chaos. So you take the Hell Cannon for value trading. This is assuming that they have some sort of like any faction that can snipe artillery fairly well. You don't want to go for a Death Streaker because it can just get sniped. But yeah, Iron Demon's amazing. You have a bunch of chonky cavalry with the Bull Centaurs. You got your cheapo cav. It's got the nice mix. You can just spam Chaos Dwarf Warriors too. Like, you don't even need to go for these guys, right? Chaos Dwarf Warriors are probably like some of the most cost-effective infantry in the game right now. You could totally just take a bunch of them. Yeah, you know, screw the Infernal Guard. They're expensive, man. Very expensive. Infernal Iron Sworn? Probably not. 64 melee defense, those kind of jokes. The Immortals? Undying Will. They have perfect vigor as long as they have a lot of HP. And they can't die. That's kind of cool. Its melee attack can't be reduced during battle. Yeah, it's pretty cool. All right, 2 more matches till the next round. What do you think about Lothar and Seaguard? I think they're okay. But usually Cav isn't going to be diving a backline anyways, so they don't have as much of a use nowadays. Much better in land battle, probably. But, yeah, you can go, like, heavy armor, you know, Hell Cannon, kind of Warriors of Chaos style with some Cav. It's really easy to go off meta with Chaos Dwarves. You can take, like, your Iron Demons, which are, like, they don't have to worry about infantry clear ever. Infantry clear is no issue. These guys got buffed up a lot recently, by the way. I feel like maybe I'll take a build where I just spam them. And then how are they going to kill a Hell Cannon, right? Hell Cannons are notoriously hard to shut down. Because if even one of the crew members survive, it's just going to keep shooting. Yeah, Dwarf Warriors with shields are crazy good. 85 armor shielded, 70 leadership. Take the great weapon variant. Like, just compare, let's compare this great weapon to the dwarf version. They got more HP. They got more stats across the board. If anything, they are... Well, they're not like Longbeard tier. Longbeards are kind of insane. Although damage-wise, it's very similar to Longbeards. They just don't have the same leadership. At 100 gold cheaper, though, it's a great spot. It's a great spot for them. After playing almost all of the factions, what would you say is your favorite faction to play in multiplayer? Probably, honestly, that Kislev build was pretty fun. I like the Kislev build. Slaanesh is just a power trip, but kind of samey. And kind of doing the same thing every time. I would say... maybe Empire? Nah. Definitely not Skaven. Definitely not Skaven. Honestly, Kislev is pretty fun. I like that they have multiple playstyles. Chaos Dwarves is also looking pretty exciting. I feel like Chaos Dwarf roster has a lot of variety in its playstyles. Yeah, like I'm looking around here. Ogre Kingdoms is quite fun too. I like all of that. All of the shenanigans they can pull. You're pretty hyped when you play Tomb Kings. Yeah, but like I wouldn't want to play them like exclusively because they really don't have that many playstyles. It was pretty hyped though. Horse Touch was amazing. If you bring a Dreadquake Mortar, do you have to kind of bring a Demon Smith? Yeah. Dreadquake Mortar can get predicted too. It's more of a cheese build than anything else. Kind of depends on the faction you're up against. Chaos Dwarfs have an excellent campaign too. Yeah, it's very different from the usual. Yo, I've been looking at this ROR, by the way. It reduces the speed of units by 75%. The thing is, though, it only works if the leadership is broken. Now, it's global, right? So if one unit is routing, then I guess everything loses speed. But like, is there really an application for this? It's a 92 speed unit, so you can chase off anything anyways. You know, a unit moving slightly slower is not really gonna change things. I guess, like, even if it's netted, does it really matter? Yeah, Lizardmen's fun, but I feel like they don't have many playstyles. Yes, it's kind of cool. So like, yeah, it's 55-meter range. It's not global, but like, there's not that many uses for slower routing, especially on a skirmish unit, and it costs like 900. That's kind of expensive. Yeah, they do give flammable on their weakness to fire, so that is possible. If I was going for a full kite, basically you can run these guys, and all your fire damage stuff does 20% more damage. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Because then your skirmishers are, you know, with all the like, you know, if you're running a skirmish build, probably take this guy. The flammable is pretty worth, right? All right, still waiting on Charix, Lydon, Adam TM, and Scarbrand Chan. Slowing down high mass units, otherwise that would otherwise break away can be good with the boys. But that's the thing, right? You got to keep them within 55 meters. 55 meters is a decent amount of range. It makes it so units don't rally very quickly, but like the use cases, the thing is, you're mostly taking them for the fire resist though, right? I guess you're mostly taking it for that instead. Yo, these guys are cool though. So they have Guardian. You can combine them with the Bull Centaurs, so that both of your Bull Centaurs have Guardian. They're a ranged skirmish unit. What they got? They got Revel in Fear. Charge bonus if leadership is wavering. Some melee attack. Wonder if that helps with undead. Are these guys good versus undead? Would you ever bring a Bale Taurus or just the Prophet? A vanilla Bale Taurus? Only if I really want to dominate the skies. I don't know, maybe versus Zinch or something. People kept saying you had to add goblins to the starting army. You don't really need to. Though, technically... Okay, man-tied Chaos Dwarves is pretty jokes. You could totally go for, like, just a fat man-tied Chaos Dwarf build. Where you take, Drazoath on foot. Yeah, you take Drazoath on foot. Oh, dang, you can get more damage on them. Yo, that's crazy. Dude, it's so easy to get 1,000,000 kills with Flames of Asgore. Yo, that's actually crazy, man. 60% spell master? Okay, like, sure he doesn't heal, but like, god dang. Dude, that's crazy. Give melee attack to the orc laborers. 30 melee attack. That's still pretty easily routable though, sadly. But yeah, this is kind of the ultra wide build that you can go for against I think like against Empire and the likes. This would actually be pretty spooky. Against Kislev, this would be actually quite good, I think. Yeah, the only downside is this guy doesn't heal. So if they just snipe him, you're pretty screwed. You take him on Cinder Breath, you're gonna have to play careful with him. He's 2,700. Kind of a pricey dude, ain't he? Like if I just take this guy and go the Lore of Hashut, take the Flames and take him on foot, yeah, he's also pretty expensive. It's pretty overkill though, right? It's pretty overkill. Do you really need the spell mastery? You're spending almost 9,000 gold on this guy, or I mean 3,000 gold. Don't like him that much in multiplayer. He's basically the same as the other dudes. Spell mastery is really funny though. This is actually kind of crazy. It's kind of pricey. I would totally take him on foot though in some matchups. In any matchup where I don't have to worry about him getting sniped, I think taking him on foot is not a terrible idea. Here, Astrogoth. Astrogoth is so good at fighting. 60 melee attack, 50 melee defense. He doesn't have his physical resist though, right? Or does he have a physical resist booster? Yeah, if his hit points is less than 75%, he gets physical resist intensity, but moves slower. You can totally stack that with Guardian, and then it becomes indestructible. The problem is, like, do you really need that? I think Chaos Dwarves are fine when it comes to the fight. If there's one thing they need, it's they need more other stuff. They need their infantry to do well, right? Who am I up against? Scarbranchan, hell yeah. Yo, yo. And who are they playing? Are they also playing Khorne? I'll happily face Khorne for the rest of my life. Khorne is so chill. He's playing Chaos Dwarves. Scarbranchan's really been getting into Chaos Dwarves recently. The Chawi Mirror. Oh, Nelly, alright. Yo, Chaos Dwarf Mirror. Would Zaytan ever be viable? He has a net. If he gets cheap enough, people are gonna want to use that. It's just he needs like a tiny price reduction, but otherwise it's fine. Yeah, he has a cool net. And he does have a potentially -8 leadership debuff, but All right. What maps are we doing? So they banned Imperial Road? I guess it doesn't really matter what map we're playing on. Ban Crystal Lake. Or Itza. You know, I was playing Itza. Been a while, you know. Itza's a fun map. The battle for Itza. Yeah, a lot of units are not bad, just a little too expensive to be fully worth it. All right. So we're playing against Chaos Dwarves. The question is, what in the world is my opponent gonna take? The options are truly endless, aren't they? An artillery duel won't really go anywhere, I don't think. Yeah, you have to go melee mode with the trains every game. I don't think there's an option to have them auto melee. Zaytan's net lasts pretty long. It lasts 33 seconds. That is a very long net. But yeah, 20-meter range is really rough. You ain't catching anything with that. So what will my opponent be going for? I think I got some ideas. I got me some ideas, man. Astrogoth, if he had better magic, like Flamestorm is not peak magic, you know. I love Flamestorm, but yeah, it's dodgeable kind of. It's, I don't know. Could be better. He's also kind of expensive. Astrogoth is 1900. Say what? Burning Wrath is good when overcast. Last time I tested it, I wasn't too impressed. Yeah, you can send trains into melee using ult. That's pretty standard. All right, you know what? Sure, let's do this. So it's Chaos Dwarves. The thing is, all infantry probably dies to trains unless you're bringing a lot of guns. All Chaos Dwarves have ludicrous fire resist though, so like, I kind of don't even want that, right? I kind of want, you know what? Okay, this seems way smarter. This just seems way smarter. Oh boy, it's train time. It's gonna be trains for days. Trains versus trains. What's the counter train tech? Death magic? I don't think death magic really gets me anywhere. Did he already make a shredder build? I did not make a shredder build. We're not single entity spamming today. Let's see here. Does anyone know how the Kadai versus Bull Centaur matchup plays out? I feel like probably in the way of the Bull Centaurs of the great weapons. Interesting. Interesting. Flying cows. Man, what a strange matchup. What an absolutely strange matchup. Max Flyers. Flyers, spam it. The problem is, like, what if he goes for, like, a Dreadquake? So, like, Dreadquakes will tear me to shreds if I'm not careful. I think that's probably what I'm most fearful of. Because, like, how many counters you even have to a Dreadquake Mortar. That's kind of spooky indeed. Okay, definitely want this. Definitely want that. Let's see here. Just use the tower abilities on it. Let's see. There's also like spooky gun builds it can go for. You know, if it just goes for like a for just a chonky gun build. Also potentially very bad for us. Double Taurus. Just go single entity max. That would be certainly very pricey indeed. Yeah, I think it's like I don't want to die to guns. I think that's my main prerogative. It's very easy for them to just spam a couple guns and then it's totally over immediately. I think Hobgoblin Wolfriders just die to Bull Centaurs, right? I feel like Hobgoblin Wolfriders, with their lack of armor piercing, they actually have less of an importance in the matchup here. Yeah, the trains, if they ever get like surrounded and caught by a single entity, they're just gonna die. So you can't really go hard on that. Man, this mirror is a doozy, ain't it? There's so many different playstyles. It's a fun one though. I'm liking how much I'm having to think here. Let's see. So I have that. That makes it pretty happy. Do I want I could take one of these. That seems pretty suicidal though. No, this is probably fine. It's probably fine. Sure. We're on battle for Itza. What's the worst that could happen? I'm sure we'll be fine. Wonder why all the bull single entities have wings. Yeah, I don't know. With the cows, the flying. This is going to be a blast. He just messaged me. He brought a Dreadquake. Yeah, it has a few weird line of sight issues. Okay, yeah, so he did bring a Dreadquake Mortar. That much is extremely obvious to me now. Thankfully, I started out with a bunch of single entities. Ready? So if he's just gonna Dreadquake me, I have a bunch of single entities and my Hell Cannon can get a little bit of sniping off. Might be able to line of sight him. And we probably just want to capture points as fast as possible. All right, here we go. There it is. Okay, so he started with the forest deployment. Iron Demon. Oh, he doesn't have a Dreadquake? Oh, okay, that makes life a lot easier then. So he has 6 units. That's 4 of them. Don't want to throw my warriors there. So we just want to Hell Cannon him. We just want to get some Hell Cannon value to start off. Wow, and the whiff. His Lord is probably going to be one of the big issues. Okay, and he has a couple Stealth Goblins there. Totally fine by me. I'll be able to secure a double cap in no time. Double Bull Centaur is fairly decent for me. And against a build like this, nah, I could take my shotgun dudes actually. He just has a metal caster. That's not too bad. And how long can he possibly dodge a Hell Cannon for? Apparently quite a while, it seems. Hell Cannon dodging actually going pretty well for him. The double caster is really spicy, so I gotta be really careful with my Lord here. Because he's gonna want to snipe my Lord. That's almost a guarantee. Yeah, we're just gonna land him. There you go. And then we'll just fight this thing. My guns are coming on in. Thank goodness I have a couple hobgoblins here. We just gotta chase down his train, right? Bull centaurs are pretty good. If I snipe his lord here, it's also completely over. That would be the best case scenario. If we just surround him, position my bull centaur so that he can't escape, and then hit him with the artillery so he gets a massive leadership debuff. He should just die. Although he does get a pretty nasty escape. Good for him. Let's see, our hobgoblin's gonna have to pull back then. We have a lot of dwarf warriors though. They're pretty powerful. He's sending his train in to deal with the hell cannon. Not a big deal. Yo, he's dodging it very well though, I must say. He's been dodging it extremely well. Bull centaurs are good though. He chucks out the final transmutation, makes sense. Value trading wise, we're not doing too bad though. I just need my guns on him, really. He's gonna capture that point. Probably not by the looks of it. He's trying to land his lord again? No, okay. If he did, that would be pretty spicy indeed. Get in there, my guns. Yo, my hell cannon is like not landing any of these hits, man. It is struggling. It is struggling real hard. My lord's kind of getting snippety sniped too. He's gonna have to pull out. If he kills my lord here, that would be very bad. Looks like he should be mostly stable though. Dang, yo, that train, however, that train's bullying me. It's bullying me real bad. Oh god, my lord, no. Crap. Okay, so he gets a bit of a route. That's okay though. It's a-okay. I'll just that's pretty bad. Probably gonna have to resummon him at this point. Yo, these bull centaurs can't chase, man. They can't chase. Yo, that's brutal. Okay, all right, I see how it is. That yeah, that definitely screws us over. I was really hoping the hell cannon would do it, but it seems like he has a firmer grasp of this meta than I do. Yeah, there goes my lord. So I'm just gonna have to resummon him. And my wolf riders were garbage. They were absolutely garbage. This thing only got 600 gold value. I just gotta cut my losses before he shuts it down. And yeah, we're just gonna have to use our cab instead here probably. His train obliterated my my poor guys over here. I can bring in my own train though, as his is a little bit preoccupied, and I should be able to bully his caster here with my bull centaur maybe. We'll see how it goes. Get some bombardment off on my bull centaurs, but they're still grinding. They're still doing a little bit of damage. Capture point wise, we do have some capture points. That's good. And it's not impossible for me to come back in value. Losing my entire bull centaur unit though, that's pretty rough. God dang, he just had better single entities than me. I thought the cannon was gonna crush it. Cannon did nothing. My cheap cav did nothing. The granite guard were useless. I hate the granite guard now. I'm never gonna run the granite guard ever again. Clearly they are useless. Which means we're going to plan B. Plan B involves playing for time. Playing for a lot of time and using my trains to hopefully pull back value. I'm incredibly behind now though. We are super behind. Yeah, I really thought the bull centaurs would crush it. And I thought my goblins would stop the trains, but I think it's just a little bit too much mass. It's just a little bit too much mass for us. All right, here we go. So, you know, we get a couple shots off in there. That's pretty hype, I guess. Can shoot up his bull centaurs. I might be able to just kill those dark ravagers, perhaps. I gotta get the Lord back here. So hobgoblins, we know, can't kill the train, right? At least in my little bit of testing here. Okay. Once I get my Lord back, we're fine. Yeah, the hobgoblins just insta-terror out. God dang. Okay, so the hobgoblins suck in that situation. Bull Centaur's doing pretty good here. Train's doing okay. You know, it's plowing through. I'll have my Lord back in a second. This train's never getting caught. As long as I micro it well, I may be able to pull it back here. I just need my Lord back, and then we'll be fine. I just need my trains to annihilate for the next few minutes, I guess. He's bringing in his character now. Hobgoblins are on me. All right, here we go. And finally, we have a Lord back. Nice, nice. Let's just charge in over here. Okay, train's kind of dying now. Man, I should have known. Boy, not seen Gore does. Gore does. I don't know how I feel about Gore does. He's okay. I think he might be overpriced though. Dang it, he killed the train. Yeah, yo, the double bale Taurus is spicy, man. They spicy. What the crap? He still hasn't. We still have a little bit of time here though. There's a couple hobgoblins that'll die to the trains. Yeah, it's mostly like I need my bull centaurs and such to come back in here. And then I need to bait his Lord into landing and then getting surrounded by hobgoblins and dying. If I kill off his Lord, we have but a chance. So there's a hobgoblin surround. Okay, there we go. That's pretty nice. He chucks out the final transmutation. We're gonna rout off his dark ravagers. And then we just gotta see if he kills my Lord or not, I guess. Which it seems like he will, because this guy's not on a great mount. Okay, he's gonna have to pull back. God dang, man. All right, what we got? I should be able to start recapturing some points at least. I don't think the rest of his composition is too spooky. I think it is a lot more manageable. So that at least is a minor blessing. He's been summoning a lot of stuff that isn't too great, right? Like the goblins should die pretty easily. All right, we're gonna get a nice downhill train charge on all of these dwarf warriors. So they're effectively gonzo. And then, I don't know, I guess we're getting Kadai. Dude, the dwarf warrior start was useless. Hey, you know, if I still make it to semis, though, with the triple win, it means we're probably fine. It means we're probably well set. Okay, we'll get bombardment there. I can probably kill off his caster. And then, second train. Second train away! Alright, there you go. We're scrapping it. We're definitely scrapping it. The thing is, my Lord is not winning his engagements because he has two dudes and I just have the one. Maybe if we can kill off his character here, we'll be okay. Dang, yo, these iron demons are crazy sauce, man. They're crazy. Definitely, the iron demon is like the best part of the roster. I'm realizing now the iron demons are insane. Triple cap's pretty bad for us, by the way. So I gotta like actually re-secure some points now. Yeah, I just went for a regular Taurus because I was like, I got double bull centaurs, it'll be fine. They were not fine, sadly. You can see his stats are way higher than mine. I'm just gonna have to hope that I get good RNG on this fight though. So he's gonna bring back his little dude. We're gonna have to pull back here. And I just need to recapture a point right now. That is the that's the only out we have. And then maybe get like a Lord snipe or something. He has his train chasing my train. What is this world? Yeah, no, there's no coming back though. He just had the better single entity, the better single entity fight. All right, GG, well played. GG, well played. All right, all right. It's fine, it's fine. We come back from this. There weren't as many signups today compared to the huge, so 3 wins should still make it. The biggest problem was the fact that he could dodge my hell cannon. I don't know if they got weird hitboxes or something, but the hell cannon did nothing. Yeah, his train got mega value. The Iron Demon, so like you just don't take infantry into Chaos Dwarves. I'm learning now. Spamming Chaos Dwarf Warriors did nothing. Big learning indeed, yeah. Yeah, classic Anticity 3-1. We got this. Don't you worry. So if we wanted to adjust, like I would just cut all of these guys. Don't even know if I need the Soul of Damnation. Fire Glaives, you don't actually need them. So the Iron Demon is such an extreme anti-infantry tool. I think everything revolves around this thing. The Iron Demon is insane. Yeah, the Wolf Riders don't stop it either. I think you basically have to get single entities or like monstrous units. So maybe like similar build, but you spam Kadai. I do think the Bull Centaurs stop him from landing. And I would probably cut this guy and just go Astrogoth. Because I think his guys are way weaker once they actually have to land. You know, your magic is going to be a little bit weaker, but it's not like they're going to run a mass gun build. Not against Iron Demons. So you can totally just go for, you know, something simple like this. Right? And that way you have your ground single entity core. That saves a lot of money. You start with Iron Demons to kill infinity dudes. And then you're fine. This feels a lot better. Is the Iron Demon upgrade worth it? Oh yeah, you can give them Perfect Vigor. I forgot about that. Yeah, you should totally do that. Perfect Vigor is huge, man. It's huge. All right. We gotta pull it back though. We gotta redeem ourselves here. I don't know how Scarbrand Chan will do the top dogs do against them, you know, because we got Charix, B6, Serika, Zone, all of which are very spooky players. Hopefully one of them match down into us and we'll be able to win it with some Iron Demon shenanigans. But yeah, I think going for armored infantry into Chaos Wars was the big mistake. Losing the entire Granite Guard too. There were a lot of misreads. There were a lot of misreads that game, I feel. But yeah, I'm surprised at how hard it was to land hits with the Hell Cannon. Usually that bad boy is pretty accurate. Yeah, I think if you're going to take artillery into Chaos Dwarves, you need cannons. So you see Cathay running cannons, I think. Like, I had a really good Cathay cannon build into Chaos Dwarves. That felt okay. See, how much armor does this thing have? 120. That's crazy. Yeah, so you need something that can actually hunt them down. You know, something to be said about... wait, does Gorduz? Gorduz doesn't have a net, right? Okay, there's something to be said about just straight going for Zaytan. So how good is Zaytan on a Lamassu? No armor piercing damage? And he has something that buffs his armor piercing damage? What the? So this doesn't actually help very much. It does give him a lot of melee attack. It means contact effects. He starts with a lot of fire and spell resist. And then he has a 33-second net, so you can use that to catch the trains. But like, I think you basically are just spamming Bull Centaur great weapons this matchup. Very interesting. I feel like the trains, though, Iron Demons are like... The Iron Demons is... if you don't have to worry about infantry, that's pretty crazy, man. What would be the shutdown build for them? You basically have to win the single entity fight then, right? Maximillionaire getting salty in chat. Classic. We can get angry about every meta, man. I do think this is... I think it's pretty clear this is way strong. Might even be OP. No one's banning them, though. I kind of wonder. What I'm just gonna... You know, here's the way to figure it out, right? If I just run 2 Iron Demons every game, will we get hard countered, or are they just gonna crush it? Because maybe we do just run 2 Iron Demons. They are unbreakable, right? It's pretty crazy that they're unbreakable. Yeah, it's like the ultimate chariot. It can actually do pretty well against, basically, against light cav. Black Coach versus Iron Demon. So if you go to the Black Coach here, if you go to the Black Coach is sitting at a solid, has more charge bonus, has more speed, way less HP, way less armor. It's not unbreakable. They both can achieve perfect vigor. Vampire counts have a lot of healing. I think the Iron Demon's just a menace, though, right? Pretty sure it's just a menace. Well, alright, Iron Demon abuse time. My eyes have been opened. It's kind of surprising, though, that people aren't winning tournaments with Chaos Dwarves. So what is their weakness? What's their weakness, then? Because if it genuinely is OP, why aren't people just winning when they play Chaos Dwarves? I think it's not close because of the armor. The armor and the mass is probably the biggest difference. 5,000 mass. All right, let's see it. Chaos Dwarf weakness is roster cost. Hobgoblins. Well, you don't have to take Hobgoblins. Chaos Dwarves have a pretty nice rest of their roster. Why if you just go full kite every game? Heavy Cav is destroying Chaos Dwarves. So I assume Heavy Cav win against the Bull Centaur Renders. Iron Demon's better than Skullcracker. I don't know what the specifics are, but I think it's just more expensive and it doesn't have a ranged attack. I think those are the big differences. And it has minus 40 HP. I think if they were the same price, if the Skullcracker was cheaper, people would probably run that. Price is where it's at. All right, here we go. We're spamming trains now. How many trains can we take? 2 Iron Demons. Why can't I take a Skullcracker? Rare single entities. I have too many rare single entities. Cause Zaytan. So you could just go. You could just go triple. Double skull. 1 Skullcracker, 2 Iron Demons. The only thing you have to worry about is Heavy Cav, but then can't you just kill them with your spellcasting? Is this just a Kislev build all over again? I feel like this is just a Kislev build all over again. If this is it, then suddenly Chaos Dwarf is way more boring to me. So what if you just do that, and then you take a bunch of, like, Goblin Skirmishers? Just bring no Lord. What? So you do that with Drazuath on foot? No, you can't take Drazuath on foot. You'd be taking Astrogoth. Do they have any mini mounts? Ah, I see. So that's a problem. They don't have any mini mounts. Unless you're flame storming their dudes. All right. So like, you know, you only need the one, right? Does this thing have the same mass? Also 5,000. Yeah, so they're essentially the same unit. Slightly more melee attack. That doesn't matter much. Okay, I see. Yeah, it does. It's slightly more expensive. I feel like Skullcracker is just a more balanced Iron Demon. Get the Dreadquake instead. Oh yeah, you could also go for the Dreadquake all in. It comes down to like they're just gonna spam single entities though. So you need to be able to fight single entities, and if these are your rare single entities, can you still go double Bull Centaur Tora? Do they not count as rare single entities? They don't. Okay, so then you just bring these guys to win the single entity fight. Am I crazy? I feel like this is the build. And then you bring Flames of Asgore, Cinder Breath, Demon Spite Crucible, so that your Flames of Asgore get super juiced. He doesn't have healing, but you don't need it if you're spamming expensive spells. How much damage does this do? 5 seconds. Actually, quite a bit of damage. Oh, we're advancing the Swiss. All right. Also, yeah, I lessened the restrictions on Slaanesh today. We're up against B6. Pretty nice. Yo. All right, here we go. We're gonna see if he has the sick counter tech to the Chaos Dowie shenanigans. Perfect Vigor trains are definitely extremely spooky. We have one guy dropping from the tournament. So I'll need to make sure his opponent gets a Swiss point. And B6 is playing Beastmen. So people said that Beastmen have... Okay, people said that Cavalry is the counter to Iron Demons. So, in theory, shouldn't I just be able to spam anti-cav options and be okay? Do I have anti-cav options? So what are my anti-cav options? Did you win the Tzeentch tourney? We did, in a Grand Tzeentch mirror matchup. It was weird. Yeah, I feel like 2 Iron Demons is excessive. He wants to play Road to Talabheim. Okay. Okay, in my head though, Chaos Dwarf trains are like insane, right? So we're just never gonna lose it. I really wonder if Kadai beat Beastmen Cav. Do you guys know if Kadai win that? Because if they don't, we're boned. So either that or I get the Dreadquake Mortar. But that's definitely very expensive. I imagine he's going to bring a lot of anti-train tech. Throwing axes are an actual counter to trains. That makes a lot of sense. Yes. Let's see here. You know what? Let's do this. And then, yeah, so it's like I gotta win the Cav fight. As far as I can tell. We gotta win the Cav fight, and then we'll be good. Fireborn are pretty high statted. They should beat Centaurs probably. Because I feel like the Bull Centaurs don't do as well in the grind. Kadai are cheaper, so that's an option. Or Chaos, what if you just play Chaos Dwarves without infantry? How How does that pan out? Does the Iron Demon just kill everything? Our B6 though is a strong player. I would expect them to have some sort of strat here, right? It's not like they're just gonna get run over by Chaos Dwarves. It's not like Chaos Dwarves are that good, right? Let's hear. What if you just play Chaos Dwarves without infantry though? It's such an interesting concept. The no infantry, just like Kislev, you know, if the infantry's overcosted, just don't take them, right? How many settlements do you think you could take in 3 hours, and what faction would you use? Empire, and I'd be able to take I'd be able to take about a quarter of the map, I think. If I remember correctly from my Volkmar speedruns. I actually did do a couple Warhammer Paint the Map speedruns back in the day. And I think it was like, what, 8 hours was the predicted time that was pretty reachable. For a full Paint the Map speedrun with extreme auto-resolve abuse. But yeah, 100%. You can take the map really fast. Are you gonna stream any Warcraft in the near future? I might stream it tomorrow. I'm very tempted to, you know, because I've been grinding tournaments like every day for a bit now. Almost want to see how a Warcraft stream does tomorrow. What percentage win rate did you bring Tzeentch up to? 41%. I think they're in 3rd place right now. Oh wait, I forgot. I want to take one of these guys. And you know, what if I just take one of these? What if I just take an extra one? Why not? All right, now we're set. Now he's got nothing on us. Such a fun game to watch. Yeah, Terran's been going ham on Warcraft lately. Fireborn seem to do fine into Centaur great weapons. Good to know. Good to know. You got a dwarf gun build. Can I send a link to a screenshot? Just send a screenshot on Discord. No links here. Unless you're a moderator. Links can be sus. Internet safety. But no way gun builds are good here. Gun builds only work if you can get a lot of cheap guns. Otherwise, they get shut down really easily by infantry. Yeah, Terran's playing in the big tourney on like in 2 days, right? Isn't the prize pool like $10,000? 10,000 big ones? That's crazy, man. Link to Skaven slaves? I know, right? Too sus. Way too sus. Your favorite time is Fireborn, blending infinite ungors. Okay, yeah, Fireborn are like really sick. The thing is, they're just really expensive. So like if they do ever die to anything, you lose out on so much money. Blunderbusses can support each other pretty well if you take a lot, I find. Well, you can't take a lot. They cost 900, man. Like... Like, I don't know what to say, man. Like, we're seeing different worlds here. You know, in any high level Chaos Dwarf game, the blunderbusses really get shut down hard. It might just be like a player thing, right? But like if I'm playing against Charix or like B6, you know, with just exquisite micro. Or like, you know, Maximilianaire likes to go for wide builds, right? I don't think like your 5 blunderbusses are gonna survive against like a 19 stack of vampire counts. I just don't think so, man. All right, anyways, we brought the filth. Ready, good luck, have fun. I brought the filth. So yeah, the idea is very simple. Yeah, I think maybe some matchups you could do it, but I think it's a risky maneuver. I used to play Vampire Coast gun lines 24/7. So I know the gist of, I feel like I have a pretty good sense of it. But I don't think it's impossible to run. You could probably make it work in some situations. So this is the Drazawat build with the spell amplification. So I want to get mega spell amped Flames of Asgore. Beastmen don't have a lot of sniping abilities for someone like Drazawat. I got the Train with Perfect Vigor. And yeah. Let's see how it goes. Gorbles. So you brought double Gorble. Brave Shaman of the Wild. Okay, yeah, so it makes sense. You brought the anti-blob tech. That is exactly what you would want against such a build. So can I beat Gorbles with Bull Centaurs is the big question. I brought no infantry. I'm basically saying, you know what? Who needs infantry? Like, actually, who needs infantry these days? When you're totally fine just running. Because, like, I have such powerful anti-infantry in the form of this train. Like, I really don't need infantry to slow him down. If I take the Dark Ravagers, we should be good. This guy just overcast? He just took 1,000,000 damage from who knows where. Kind of a painful day for him. And he's gonna take another hit. Then we just disengage with our guy. Interesting that he's just going for it. Dang, run train, run. So he's already taken a pretty hefty amount of damage. I could go for the Kadai. I don't think they're really needed though. Bull Centaurs coming on in. They're gonna bully his Minotaurs. Can get a Terror Route. Terror Route would be nice. We can send our train in here. Woo, man, those Bull Centaurs. Lots of damage, man. Lots of damage. Then we just countercharge this guy. So he has his axe throwers here that we got to be careful of. Already losing one of his dudes, though. That is mighty unfortunate. Yeah, it's going to be a painful one. So if we focus fire his skirmishers instead of his spears, that should help me out. We're definitely playing for value here. Nothing about it. We definitely want that value trading. And the Bull Centaurs are just bullying his Gorbles because they have massive bonus versus large, right? So I should just be able to plow on in. There we go. He has a couple Khorne gores that he's looking to get a tussle with. We'll see if he decides to commit though, because I do have a bunch of nasty spell castings we can chuck out, and that could potentially spell doom. This is a very powerful spell, and it gets stronger the more kills we get. Here we go. So that's gonna hurt them up real bad, and we just chase this guy. Did I actually kill any of them? Yeah, we killed loads. Wondrous. Very nice. There's the skirmishers. Makes sense. I'm gonna want some gobos here to deal with the skirmishers eventually. But yeah, I just gotta chase off that dude over there. My spells are now hella amped. My spells are now extremely amped, so that's good. He actually miscasts again. Brutal, man. Absolutely brutal miscast. And then I can just get another spell amp here soon, right? Then we go for the Kadai, and then he's dead. My eyes are open. My eyes are open to the new playstyle for Chaos Dwarves, and it involves using no infantry. Infantry is now beneath me. In fact, I can get another train now. Screw it. What's he even gonna do against it, right? Alright, there you go. So he should die over there. And we route off his other dude. These guys should go down very soon. And then without single entities, he's basically screwed, right? I think that's the gist of it. As long as this train just keeps pummeling into him, it'll be okay. The Axors actually did end up doing quite a bit of work. But the Bull Centaur Torux did kill off his bulls. Wondrous. I think I will get another Hobgoblin Spear Rider here. There's this big old cav charge. But remember, we got physical resist guys here to save their butts. There's the capture. And I have another train. I had the backup train for if we ever dominated the single entity fight. Hashut has blessed us this day. He does rout off one of my bull centaurs though. But with the point recaptured and the value trading seemingly going my way, I think it's mostly understated because of how much my skirmishers are getting. For some reason, it says the value trading is like actually good for him. Did it like miss my Flames of Asgore or something? I bet it missed the Flames of Asgore. All right, I'll just let that guy rout off normally. Flames of Asgore for his boys over here. Seems like a dandy old time. We have 60% spell damage. So they just die. They just die. Nothing about it. And now I just gotta close out the game. So unfortunately, their unbreakable passive does trigger. It does get a little bit of a spell cast over here on my little train. Unfortunate, but survivable. His little Gorbull here is back. But it is but a single Gorbull. It's not a big deal. There's my skirmishers crushing it. Gorbull's dead. And yeah, unless he like manages to get some miracles going on in, I think I just got too many single entities. I got a whack load of single entities here. And the train's not gonna stop for anything. In fact, I can get another train if he keeps spamming dudes, but I think Kadai are just gonna be better here, considering he is spamming a lot of Centigores. Yeah, I'm gonna finally whip out the Kadai. It's time. And then we'll see how well my boys do in this situation. We're gonna also see how these goblins do. So they have a slowing effect on units that are nearby. I don't know exactly how that pans out, but it's gotta be not useless, right? Remember, there's also a lot of terror here, and the trains. Yeah, trains are doing great. Does he have another AoE here? I got the capture. The Kadai are going to be a wonderful centerpiece. Without any infantry, he's gonna have to send in his big boys on them. There's that slowing effect ticking in, by the way. Big ol' Centigorus around should do mostly. Yeah, I don't know how those guys are doing. It's kind of questionable. But hey, I got Kadai. That's pretty hype. And then we just start resummoning our Bull Centaur Torux. Because he might resummon his bulls. His little Doom Bull guys. And that would be very bad. That would be exquisitely bad if he just got a bunch of Doom Bulls on us. Alright, so might be able to Lord Snipe here. It's a little sus, I know. He has his Centigore throwing axes, but his Lord just got deleted off the face of the planet. What the crap? Okay. And he can't afford to surround me because I got Flames of Asgore. Dude. Drazawat's a Chad. What the crap? You just see that? He just triple shotted his Lord like it was nothing. He just ripped his face off. Okay, well, I guess this was pretty chill. Yeah, who needs infantry? People say the weakness of Chaos Dwarves is their infantry. I think I found the solution, guys. I think you just don't take infantry. It appears that you don't need infantry at all. Really? Yeah, it's that simple. He's gonna dodge that. He's gonna dodge it. Good dodge it, man. Oh, he still takes a massive amount of damage. That 60% spell amp is no joke, man. It is no joke. That's a lot more damage. And they're just gonna rout off Wondrous. And that's game. Game number 1000. Okay, that's kind of disgusting though. I feel like that's just disgusting. What the crap? That's so gross, man. That's so gross. Why haven't people been doing this? Why are people taking infantry? This is like 50 times better. Like, what that crap are you supposed to do? All right. So, that's pretty disgusting. That's pretty disgusting indeed. Just gotta deal with people dropping out. So Bobby guy. Dude, that's disgusting. That's just disgusting. Okay, yeah, so he does have his Swiss point, Wondrous. I'm just gonna report it right now. Alright, there we go. Skaven, guess I'll die. Dude, that's disgusting. Yeah, I just took all the good units. Why would I take bad units when I can just... Yeah, imagine infantry. Dude, like, it doesn't matter, right? Infantry is there to shut down range units and to stop cavalry. But I got my anti-cav right here, right? I got infinite anti-cav, and infantry, like, what, like, my infantry serve no purpose when you have Iron Demons. The Iron Demons clean up infantry like crazy, so it's not like you have to worry about capture weight. It's literally just the same as, like, the Kislev playstyle. Can we see the values? Oh, crap, sorry, I forgot to check the values. I'll, here, while we wait for the next match. That's really gross, man. I can't believe it. Friends don't let friends bring infantry. Dude. Yeah, I know, the Kadai didn't even really get to cut loose. The game was too over by then. So, like, okay, what are you even supposed to do versus this? Yeah, it was hella disgusting. Yo, Drazawath was sick too. Yo, Drazawath... So, like, this is really how you play Warhammer, by the way. Like, I'm not afraid to abuse things. I'm not afraid to fool around too, but... The way you play Warhammer is to literally just take the good stuff. You find whatever's good in a faction, and then you just spam that as much as possible. It's the same with spells, right? You just take the one spell that's good, and then you spam it. And in this case, the skirmishers are amazing. So if you look at these guys, already 500 value, and they're really good at charging with a mighty 40 charge bonus. These normal skirmishers are sitting at, yeah, they're gonna pay for themselves. So they're just gonna effectively trade, right? The wolf riders are like questionable as to how value they are. But like, yeah, train's just perfect vigor, indestructible. How's Drazi? Drazawath got, yeah, he already has 2,600 value. Hate you so much. Yo, B6, what am I supposed to do? Not win? I thought, in my head, no one banned trains. I haven't played any Chaos Dwarfs, man. I thought it was balanced, man, but no, just no one abused them hard enough. Drazawath got 3,000 value. These guys got 1,100. You know, technically the trains didn't get as much value, but like, this is disgusting. Dude, look. I just want I'm banning whatever things other people are banning. Why are people banning arrows of Kurnos and not trains, man? Like, everything about this unit tells me it should have been banned ages ago. Like, is it really just people not being competitive lately? Clearly people need to play more competitively. The single entity meta is upon us. I started with Lizardmen, moved on to Kislev, now with Chaos Dwarves. I'm out of the loop. What's the infamous Kislev build? Oh, you'll love it, man. You'll love it. It's delicious. Look at this madness. This build won me a tournament. And it almost won me a second. Mother Astankia, 20% missile resist, double Frostworm, Incarnate for the leadership debuff. You overcast Forbidden Fens for perfect vigor. And an extra speed boost. It's delicious. Yeah, first train kind of died early. He had a lot of anti-train stuff, but then, like, I still had just way too much. Also, that Flames of Az whatever is insane. Kind of crazy. So as long as I make it to semis, we should still win it today. If I don't win a tournament today, I'll host another one. If we don't win it after this, I'll just host another tournament. Why not? You know, it's fun. Yeah, kill value. So, like, yeah, the train, the fact that it was being hard countered and it still paid for itself is really a big thing. Not to mention terror routes. Yeah, he had to sacrifice a lot of units just to shut down the train, and he had to kill the train, otherwise I would have killed everything. How did Chawi compare with Tzeentch in terms of faction strength? Way stronger. Tzeentch doesn't have anything like an Iron Demon. I think a completely unrestricted Chaos Dwarf that just goes hard on the trains is gonna be very hard to beat. As far as I can tell, range units probably can't shut them down. And it's unbreakable too, so you have to kill its entire HP pool. Beastmen leadership is terrible too, yeah. Yeah, no, this is... I'm just saying, like, who knows though, right? For some reason, Chaos Dwarves, what is their win rate right now? Chaos Dwarves have a 55% win rate, so that's pretty good, but... apparently they're still doing worse than Chaos Demons, Vampire Counts. I wonder if they have a bad matchup versus Vampire Counts. I noticed my Kislev build wasn't nearly as good into Counts. Because they have Crypt Horrors. So maybe without a lot of infantry clear, it does actually get a bit sus. That could just be it, right? It could just be monstrous infantry, it's just really good. I'll take pain trains for 1500. Iron Demon feels like a 1600 unit. Yeah. This should definitely get a cost increase of at least 200 gold. The fact that people are taking it over Skull... It is just a better Skullcracker, too. Let's be real. It's just a better Skullcracker. According to the data, they suck against Dowie, Vampire Counts, and Lizards. I think all of that makes sense. It's basically how well can you kill these Iron Demons. And after the Iron Demons are dead, you can probably just stuff them up, right? So, like, it's going to be really hard to shut down artillery pieces as Chaos Dwarves. Unless there's some forbidden tech. So let's just take a look, right? If we're fighting dwarves, and let's say they have an artillery crew. If I have Drazawath, can he kill it with Flames of Asgore? As whatever. Is Skullcracker even worth using? No, you have a cheaper, better train. And you usually don't want 3 trains, because people are gonna try and hard counter them. I thought they destroyed them. Apparently not. Okay, so let's just take a look-see. So let's say we have a dwarf player. They're running artillery, and I'm like, man, how am I supposed to shut this down? Well, I got an 18 winds of magic spell we can cast. Does it work? What if I just cast it right here? Whoa. It does actually kill the artillery pieces too. So what you could just do is just charge straight in with Drazuat. When they blob up their infantry on them, you overcast Flames of Asgore and then you kill everything. It's probably good enough, right? It's probably good enough. Kadai, Fireglaves, Bull Centaurs, and Trains are all good God tier verse counts. Maybe people just don't know how to play against counts. Vampire counts is a very specific faction. Advancing the Swiss. So this is round 4. We're up against Zone. Hell yeah. Goblins. Round 4. I missed round 3. I'm so sorry, guys. All right, so Corsair is supposed to have +1 point. And then we'll see if we make it. As long as I get 3 wins, there's not that many signups today. I should be able to make it to semis. And then we can see where this goes. So I'm up against Zone. He also has 2 wins. Serika's close to us. So maybe we'll get the rematch against Scarbrand Chan. Charek's actually... okay, yeah, if we win this, we should be fine. Alright, Zone. I think he's playing Slaanesh. Who's Zone playing? Zone. He should be playing Slaanesh. Hey, my man. Hell yeah. So for those of you that don't know Zone, he's a player that I trained in a... I think it was a Creative Assembly sponsored tournament. Where... yeah, it was... it was a bunch of tournament and like pro players training new players to the game, and Zone was the guy that I had to train. Ban let's see here, Terracotta Graveyard. Zone was the guy that I trained, and he ended up doing very well in the tournament. Didn't manage to win it, but ended up becoming a top player. He had to take a break, but he has shown up once again because of my return to multiplayer. And every tournament he's played in, he's done pretty well. Been playing a lot of Slaanesh, so yeah. Would love to participate in that kind of event. It was great. Or it was either that or I trained him in another thing. I don't know. Because I remember I also trained another dude, but his name wasn't Zone. So I might be misremembering. It was the World Championship release of Immortal Empires. Oh, it was the World Championship. Well, there you go, guys. Yeah, because I also trained another guy. His name was Slippy. Haven't seen him much after, but yeah. Yo, good times, man. Good times. Oh yeah, no, I remember. Yeah, Zone. I was training you with capture kitties. Yeah. There was a lot of Kislev shenanigans. Yeah, the capture kitties, man. Back in the day when Warhammer was weird. And the snow leopards had 5 capture weight. So because you would get so many points to summon in units, armies wouldn't die in old Warhammer. So it would actually be worth it to summon in the cheapest, fastest capture rate unit to steal points from people. It was quite the meta, wasn't it? Now Slaanesh is a beast. Slaanesh is an absolute beast that we're gonna have to play around here. They definitely have a lot of single entity killing power. So we gotta be at least a little wary around them. They have a lot of magic damage, that's for sure. They have a lot of magic attacks. So I gotta be wary. You gotta be wary, right? Fiends are lovely to play against. At least Slaanesh does have a solid handful of weaknesses that I should be able to exploit. I think they are a very exploitable faction. Very exploitable indeed. Yeah, let's just... Actually, wait, no, I don't need that. A heroic killing blow is crazy on the Bull Centaur Taurox. Don't think I need it, though. Let's see. You know what? This ain't bad. Alright, there you go. So, the biggest problem with Slaanesh is, like... They're gonna have some very, very spicy mobility options, right? Gonna have a lot of mobility. Their infantry's pretty spooky. They got a couple horse archers. All of which is at least fairly manageable. Most of the time. I just gotta make sure I don't get rampaged, but my opponent does not have access to Pavane today. So that should help us out a good deal. If we lose this, I'm probably not making it to semis, so... We gotta play our heart out for this one. Oh wait, the map. Let's see here. I forgot the map. So it's either Itza or Crystal Lake. Both are fine for me. He's gonna pick Crystal Lake. It's fairly wide and open. It's quite nice. Okay, we're playing Crystal Lake. Can we defeat the forces of Slaanesh? It can't be that bad, right? Slaanesh is pretty weak sauce. It's just Slaanesh. Since you trained him, even if you lose, you kind of want a successful training session. Lamassu magic weapon removal. Did you know the Bull Centaurs have magic damage removal? Calling Dreadquake Mortar. Dreadquake Mortar would be hype, but I think he would just snipe it with single entities. Trains versus Slaanesh is a terrible idea. They're literally the can opener faction. You still need it because they might spam infantry. You don't have enough infantry clear otherwise, but putting trains in reserve is probably a good idea. Anyways, I basically bought the same build that I did against Beastmen. Because let's be real. Slaanesh is just Beastmen. They're just Beastmen. Apprentice versus Master. What a world we have come to. But yeah, no, Slaanesh is just Beastmen. It's the same in many ways. As long as he doesn't kill my skirmishers, we'll be good. His infantry stand no chance. And if he has full cav, the skirmishers will do good. Yeah, Slaanesh is ITP Beastmen, exactly. It's just a slightly harder Beastman, but we deleted Beastmen, so like, who cares, right? Unfortunately, only one of us will make it to semifinals. Who shall it be? Here we go. So, same deal as last time. Extra damage skirmishers. Ready, good luck, have fun. He only has 8 units, which is a good sign for me. And we got Drazi here. Okay. Wait, does he not have a spell? Ah, oh, crap. I forgot my spells. I forgot my spells. What do you mean I forgot my spells? All right, it's fine. I don't need no spells to beat Slaanesh. I'll beat him anyways. Chaos Worms are OP. Who cares? I forgot my spells. Now, classic Anticity game throw. The skirmishers will still hard carry, okay? I still got single entities up the wazoo. If I play this well enough, we'll be fine. Oh god, Hellstriders. Alright, it's fine. My guys are fast. Oh, he really has a lot of Hellstriders there, doesn't he? I see. Will he notice that I don't have spells? Alright. So, yeah, he has a bunch of Hellstriders. Was not able to catch me, notably. And I can just summon in the Fireborn, right? The Fireborn will be hype. The Fireborn will be absolutely hype. If I just play hard value for a little bit, I should be okay. Okay, this thing can, yeah, just feign a couple charges. And, yeah, okay, you know what, Fireborn. In case we run into a big tussle, the Fireborn will be really good for that. Nakari only has Lash. Okay, so we both basically have no magic. That's perfectly fine for me, though. If we both don't have magic, then nothing matters. Alright, there we go. So we routed off his Marauders already. That's good. Run, my train, run. Alright, Fireborn are in there. They'll do pretty well. We know the Fireborn are sick. Those are just Hellstriders. So then we countercharge, surround them, right? So then they will just die. The Fireborn are doing amazing. And yeah, okay. Big, massive route. Big, ginormous route, right? Then we just focus fire Nakari because he's starting to lose his, the situation over here. Nakari does not do well against skirmishers. So he has to pull away Nakari. We've also, yeah, we got a massive route on him. Okay, that's good. So then we just want to kill off his fiends, who are the next big spooky target. You know what? This is actually going better than I expected. The skirmisher kite is extremely powerful. So now I just got to capture some points back. You know what? It's fine. I don't need magic. Chaos dwarves are OP. They're so OP. Look at that. That was an amazing engagement. That could not have gone better. His Nakari's wounded. My bull centaurs are at full HP. Definitely an overextension. He knew he had to do it. There's a big old fat volley on his skirms. Can he dodge? Does Zone still have the dodging capabilities? He does. How terrifying. Alright, well, Train can start blitzing his Forsaken. That's fine. We'll just target fire those guys on the far side. Whoop. Oh, he wants another fight, does he? Okay. Here we go. I have Kadai here. Bull Centaurs are doing okay. It's all on Nakari that we want to kill here.
Chaos dwarf, no
okay, and we just bully his infantry. Yo, where my... Okay, yeah, I still have my riders here. Yeah, so we just want to pull back a little bit. Don't want to... Okay, yeah, we're probably going to lose those guys. Ripperino. He has more Hellstriders. How's the train doing? Train's doing fine. Train's kind of bullying him. Yeah, I need more Kadai now. Yeah, Wolf Riders did okay. Nakari's going for the Lord Snipe, though. That's a little spooky. Couple Hellstriders are in here, too. Not the best cav engagement. That could screw me over if I'm not careful. I do have a capture point, at least, though. So that should go fairly well. A Nakari Snipe, potentially. Could also be really good. Yeah, look at those Hellstriders, though. One bad engagement and you can just die instantly. That's kind of how this matchup be. Nakari gets to disengage, and there are his super duper elite cavalry units coming on in. So that's gonna be pretty spooky, right? Man, I could really use some magic right now. I could really go for a little bit of magic. That would be great. Bull Centaurs are bullying Nakari real hard, though. And he sends his boys into there. Okay. So that's pretty good, considering I have a breath attack I can cast on them. Bull Centaur Taurochs are pretty nice. Skirmishers are doing a good job. Okay. A lot of his Hellstriders are taking massive damage, but the Bull Centaurs are kind of just stuck in the grind now. It's not the best scenario for them, for sure. As long as the Nakari doesn't heal, though, I'll be okay. Surprisingly, he's just going for this engagement. He will probably lose these guys because of it. So that's pretty nice. Train gets to disengage. And I'm basically... I'm just trying to make him run out of units, right? Okay, nice. Train does get that disengage. It does get a fat disengage there. I do still have a bunch of these guys. Nakari's gonna get the heal, though, if this thing dies. So I gotta play super duper safe with it. Bull Centaur looks like he should be able to live at least. Eternal Entourage are expensive. He can't afford to just lose them for nothing. And with the big old fat gobbo charge, they should just go down. There goes his big spooky single entity over there. And I lose one bull centaur. The other one is technically alive, but way too low to really do anything. Wolf Riders are doing a good job at least. My skirmishers still have lots of ammunition. I gotta play it safe with their ammo usage, but I can use them to basically just ward off Nakari most of the time. That shouldn't be a big deal. Drazawath is a raid boss. And now we have ourselves some Bull Centaur great weapons. They're an amazing tool. They're an amazing tool for the situation. Getting a second capture point will slow him down quite a bit. Nakari with the dodges. Solid play from my opponent. I would expect nothing less from a seasoned veteran of the game. Run from them. Run from these guys. Okay, you know what? I think we just kill Nakari now. So Nakari is pretty stuck in it now. If he disengages, he's going to be in for a bad time. And then with Nakari going down, I think I'll be totally fine. There's the capture point. Great stuff. There's his guys crumbling. Come on, just beat him up. Just beat him up. He's so low. I just need a route, man. I just need a route. There you go. There's a crumble in Nakari. Wondrous. So Nakari's now effectively dead. He's not going to heal because the train's going to live. And now it's just closing it out for the victory. Okay, there we go. Not the problem at all. There we go. This train's still alive. That's crazy. Yeah, I just gotta use the Kadai to clear up his Forsaken. That should be fairly simple. Bull Centaur's over here. Woo! All right. What do I need? More Kadai, probably. Probably just a couple more Kadai and we'll be fine. Yeah, there we go. Now he's retreating. Yo, who needs magic versus Slaanesh? I'm telling you, this build is sick. Spicy game indeed. Thank goodness he didn't bring any magic that could actually shut us down. He must have thought I was gonna go for like a must have thought I was going for a different type of build, I guess. The thing is, I still don't have that much here. It's still a little sus. Like, he has all these skirms here, right? He has all this mobility and a bunch of Forsaken. He's gonna go for the train. He's gonna get that counter charge on his cav. And I do have some Fireborn here. But will it be enough? Losing Nakari is the only way you can really hurt the leadership of Slaanesh. By killing off their lord, it doesn't matter that they have ITP. The leadership is just way too low. Great surround on the goblins. Yo, these goblins are chads, man. Absolute chads. So he just has a Hellstrider unit. Not an issue in the slightest. There's the second capture, and now I have minutes. I have minutes of time to shut him down. Bull Centaur can just head on in there. All right, and we just pull these guys back. So now they're kind of stuck charging. Oh, dang, they turned fast. Okay. Well, they're still going to get surrounded at least. Drazawath can just shadow any cavalry units. And then by securing this high ground, he should be a done deal. Yeah, it's a mass route. Yo, let's go. Let's go. You're going to lose? We're not going to lose. Dude, it's over, man. I have like infinite time to take the capture points. GG. GG, well played. It turns out you don't need magic. You don't need magic. Well, that was pretty spicy. A lot of that was because of our skirmishing play at the beginning. A lot of that was because of the skirmishing play. He had really good Nakari micro, But that early charge in and commitment with his cav, he took way too much damage. If he played the long game, he might have been able to squeeze out. He might have been able to squeeze out a little bit of you know, stalling for more victory points. But yeah, if you just look at these skirmishers, right, all of them got, oh geez, 1,500, 1,400 value, 1,800 on the train, the bull centaur Taurox. So I brought the magic negation effect on them, so Nakari wouldn't be able to kill my guys. That seemed to work pretty well. Wasting gold on spells is pleb behavior. Yo, dude, and the Kadai, the sick Kadai. Oh my gosh. Yeah, just don't take infantry. It's that simple. Yeah, the weakness of Slaanesh is that all the killing power is naked. Though I will say the Soul Grinder was kind of hard to kill. I had to sick Drazowath on it. Insane skirmisher value. All magic users are Wazoks. Man. Alright. Well, let's see if that's enough to get us to semis today. Scarbrand Chan with the 3 wins. Still fighting it out against Nacho. I should be able to make it. I think the odds are likely. I think Son of Heaven. Son of Heaven is... Oh, what? It's a 0, not an O. Son of Heaven is supposed to have 2 Swiss points, which they do. Alright. So, let's see here. Charix and Serika are facing off, which means that Serika won't be able to surpass me. Or Charix. One of them's going to make it, the other one isn't. Halidin, did they finish their game? They're still up against B6. So maybe if Halidin wins, their opponent points are quite low though. I should be fine to make it to semis. I'm not too worried. There is an off chance we don't though. But odds are looking pretty good. Anyways, yeah, I was supposed to have Flames of Asgore. That would have been really useful for killing off the fiends or like literally anything. But yeah, I brought the Talisman of Obsidian. I don't know how much it actually helped in the end, but it was kind of cool. I think this is a sick Chaos Dwarf build. I'm gonna save it. This is an amazing Chaos Dwarf build. It just has everything that's good about the roster. You selected the wrong spell. Woo, good call. Good call. Oh, I almost did it again. We almost goobered it again. Such an amazing spell. Insanity damage. Quite hard to dodge. I wonder if the no infantry build will be called the Kislev build in the community from now on. I don't know. But like, there's a lot of no infantry builds that I've been making work. You can really make do without infantry most of the time. Yeah, I was the one that constructed it. Lore Master Sotek was the one that told me to win with Lore of the Hags, and I was like, you know what? Maybe this will work. How did you amp the damage on Flames of Az? With the Demon Spite Crucible. 60% spell mastery. It's great. Also, it's getting cold. I'm just gonna close the window. I'll use my PC to heat up the room. Actually, I should get a sweater. 1 second. All right, we're sweatered up. Would you demonstrate the spell amp? I'd love to see it tested on various units. Well, it's just 60%, right? Drazaweth always gets a million kills when you use Flames of Asgore. You'll see it in the next match, trust me. So Charix won against Serika. So if we refresh the bracket, that puts Charix up. Okay, so I'm in 4th place right now. It's a little sus, right? It's a little sus. Let's see here. Hilidin versus B6 are fighting it out. Yeah, it's a little bit sus, but unless Hilidin wins and like maybe if he ties me on opponent points, there's no way they get more than me on opponent points, right? Who would they lose to? Hilidin lost to Son of Heaven. Oh, and they lost to Charix. Oh wait, they have one too many opponent points? Oh, okay, then we're fine then. Yeah, they have too many Swiss points. Oh wait, no, they have the right amount. They lost to Charix. Oh, never mind. They beat Son of Heaven. They lost to Charix. Okay, that's a slightly more sus. Charix though is at what, 3 Swiss points because he lost to Nacho. So it should be fine. How is all going? Good. It's going pretty well. The Charix beat Serika. Okay. I need Scarbrand Chan to win. If Scarbrand Chan wins, we're fine. They're up against Nacho. Can't be that bad. Although Nacho did beat Charix. Charix is playing Skaven today. Can you show me a good generic ogre build, please? Actually, at the end of the stream, I've been getting a lot of build requests. I'm going to go through every single faction and show off a build for beginners. So stay tuned for that. It'll be a good one. And I'll turn that one into a video and we'll be good to go. It'll be the ultimate multiplayer build guide. What should I call it? No infantry ogres next. What even is no infantry ogres? Okay, so no bowls, right? You just spam crushers. Okay, no. Ogre Cav is good, but it's not that good, right? It would be pretty jokes running a giant. They're kind of slow though. 39 speed's okay. Yeah, if these guys count as infantry, then you have access to just the cav and the single entities. You could probably still make it work though. There's kind of some insanity you can do. No magic challenge would actually be dope. Omega rushes for days. Well, like, a lot of factions are balanced by the fact that they can use magic. Alrighty, here we go. Bretonia Chevron Peasant Mob Army. Attack Speed Enjoyer did submit me a Peasant Mob only build with Chevrons. Or like it was Peasants only with Chevrons, infantry. And we beat Beastmen with it because they had cavalry. And they just couldn't clear my infinite spears fast enough. It was a dumb build. But it won. It did win. Our Pigback Riders Cav. I'd be willing to say yes. Alright, so if we refresh the bracket, go to signups. Hell yeah! Alright, the top 4 is set. So I can advance the top 4 now. We can finalize the tournament. And we can see how we're gonna do. How do you do? So it's going to be Charix versus me at Scarbrand Chan versus at Nacho Fur. At least I think that's it. Nacho Fur beat Charix, which is crazy. Yeah, yo, they won 3 games. They beat Bobby Guy, Corsair. They only lost to Scarbrand Chan. I'm verse at Charix. Hey. Send him a message. post a link. Here we go. So I'm up against Charix. He's first ban. Once again, we face our deadly opponent. Can't be that bad, right? It's Charix. Isn't he playing Skaven today? I think he signed up as Skaven. Charix is playing... What's he playing as? He's playing as Skaven. Oh god. All right. So what are we doing here? What are we even doing? It's Skaven. He had a caster, just no spells. I can't believe we beat Slaanesh without magic. That was pretty sus. He bans a Ragnarok, so it's Jade Tomb or Dunes of Cain. Let's play Dunes. Dunes of Cain can be pretty jokes because there's infinite line of sight issues. In some situations. It's Skaven. So, the funny thing about Skaven is that they suck. They just suck. It was a big brain play. Slaanesh is obviously too hard to hit with spells. I saved 200 gold. Double Destroyer if you're bad enough. Dude, this is Charix. He's a god. Yeah, he's playing Skaven, but it's still Charix, man. You can't just do that against him. Let's see here. Single entity wise, there's a lot less that you can do as Skaven when it comes to single entity spam. He's probably gonna go wide Skaven. I think that just makes sense, right? It would be foolhardy to do anything otherwise, I believe. Even Skaven Slave Slingers can kite that thing to death. Dude, it's so bad. The Kadai Destroyer is 10,000 HP worth of suck. By all metrics, it should be an amazing single entity. 10,000 HP, 60 speed, armor piercing up the wazoo. You know, it's like, why does it suck? What makes it suck? It's probably just animations. Like, if you give these stats anything else, 120 armor, man. It should be good, but it's not. It just kind of sucks. For no reason. It's a sad time indeed. Let's see. If we're up against Skaven, what if I just go no infantry? Skaven's really good versus infantry, so if I just don't, then we win the game. I do have to be wary of some of the Skaven shenanigans. But I don't think many of the single entities really cook here. Everything about it is just slow. It moves slow, it turns slow, it charges slow. Yeah, I guess 60 speed just isn't enough for it. Let's see here. It's Skaven time. It's Skaven time. How bad can they be? I say to myself. Seriously though, I have magic this time, right? Yeah, I have magic. Oh wait, okay, wait, maybe I will switch this up real quick. Oh, I see. Wait. Does this guy, if I take him on this, do they get... Where does the spell resist come from? Lamassu. Interesting. Does Drazoath have a Lamassu? He doesn't, huh? Okay, well, like, I don't want to just die to silliness. Let's see here. Okay, that's not too useful. Yeah, Lamassu's pretty cool. gives spell resist and silence, right? Doesn't have a silence aura. Silences in 20 meters, negate magical weapons. Yeah, that's kind of cool. It's no Bale Taurus, but like I don't really need a Bale Taurus versus Skaven, right? Lamassu Lord all the way. And then I want to get these back in. This should be impossible to lose, right? This should be impossible. It's Skaven. Why am I worried about Skaven? Yo, I don't know. Low-key, Skaven kind of terrify me. I don't know what it is about them. It's just like they just have a way of just ruining your day, man. They just have some strange method of just causing so much havoc that I really don't know if like I'm just gonna surprise die out of nowhere against Skaven sometimes. They just have so many shenanigans. Okay, definitely want to get this guy back. Man, spending wise is slightly off. Is there any way I can get my spending just right here? If I do this. Okay, so I definitely want these guys in here. Ooh, I can do this actually. Then I have 750 gold. Man, spending's weird, man. Yeah, when Skaven start to win, it can get hard winning, and you do have to like pry apart their box. Their defensive formations are oh so spooky indeed. Charks will bring Queek and be the best Skaven hero. At least he can't snipe me, right? The odds of him Lord sniping me here are incredibly low. Barring a complete disaster play. Like if I just start playing like hot garbage, then sure, but there's no way. I've never played like garbage in my entire life. Yo, how do I get the spending just right? Oh wait, I think I got it. Is this it? It's so close. 700 again? Dang it. Okay, so this has to be slightly more expensive, but not too much more. Oh, okay, there we go. I found it. I found the yeah, I found the almost perfect spend. It's off by 50, but it's at least livable. At least it's livable? Yeah, it seems good enough. Man, them dwarves and their janky spendings. Okay, yeah, this'll do. Okay, alright, here we go. It's a game against Skaven. I've never had a hard time versus Skaven. This'll be easy. Sure. Why not? It'll be chill. It's just Skaven. They got nothing on me. Yeah, should I host another tournament after this? Actually, I gotta make that video, right? I'll make the video. And then maybe tomorrow I'll try streaming Warcraft 3. Or XCOM. Maybe I'll do an XCOM day tomorrow. I've kind of been itching to play a little bit of XCOM. Yeah, my Lord can farm a lot of value against Skaven. Skaven are real susceptible to spellcasting. I wonder if I want Burning Head here. Burning Head's not bad, but it doesn't kill monstrous units like some of the other spells we got. Shouldn't be too hard. Charix is cooking up a storm, though. He has some strange plan prepared for us. Will it be enough, though? He's readied up. All right, here we go. What are the odds that we die? I bought a Hell Cannon this time. Hell Cannon's kind of nice, just to value trade and kill off weapon teams. It's also really good for the map specifically. Do we have magic this match? I have magic. That's helping us out a good deal. come from the future to tell chat that I lose to Tretch, Craventail, and Max Warp Grinders. But now you have changed the present by giving me this knowledge. You should play Slay the Spire. You know, Slay the Spire is pretty jokes. I already played it a ton, though. I would totally play Slay the Spire 2 on stream, however. Slay the Spire 2, I am so excited for. What, that's coming out this year, right? It's coming out this year. Is there a release date yet on that game? I can imagine that montage of beginner videos missing magic consistently. Yeah, Slay the Spire 2 is going to be so hype. Is Flames of Az overkill on Skaven? No, you want to use it on Storm Vermin and Rat Ogres. Yeah, Slay the Spire was so good, man. All right, plan is simple. I have an extremely defended artillery piece on this map. And I can take some early capture points. I got a train over here. That can definitely get a lot of work done. And then we got our Kadai to just kind of run around and cause havoc. Ready, good luck, have fun. This can't go badly at all. There's basically nothing he can do, as far as I'm concerned, against this build to win it. The Hell Cannon should be able to get insane value, and the hit by artillery will break their leadership very quickly. I get 2 free spells, the Withering and Feebling Foe. Not too useful in the end, but yeah, you know, let's just see how it goes. He says, dang, this map is so bad. Yeah, this map's real bad for Skaven. He did it. He brought the Warp Grinders and a Rattling Gun. All right, well, we'll get our artillery underway. Choo-choo. All right. So that's just gonna plonk away at him. I hope he goes for a spell cast on these guys, because it's not sticky, which means that his spell casting should hurt him pretty bad. Okay, here we go. I'll just charge in here. This is a lot of free picks, actually. That's a lot of free picks. I would love to just kill all of these guys. What's he gonna do? Warp grinder me? I got spell resist. Nice. Skirmishers have done amazing. There's his weapon team, though. So he does have Jezzails. It's confirmed. He has a lot of weapon teams. I just got to play a little safe, and I should be fine, though. I just have to play mildly safe. Probably just get another train going, because he doesn't have a lot in the way of much, really. He doesn't have a lot in the way of defenses here, right? He just has a 1 Rat Ogre. That's like, whatever. Rat Ogre doesn't even matter. He gets a little bit of spell casting on my guy. Who cares? I have a Hell Cannon. Grinding value against his Warp Grinders. Next up is the Rattling Gunners. Train's doing great. Hell Cannon's annihilating. And then we just got, yeah, just run him over with the train. I doubt his Rattling Gunners are actually gonna kill the train. You know what? It's time. Just gotta plonk that down. So that's gonna kill everything in the vicinity. And then this train's just gonna surprise jump his Rattling Gunners. If they're not ready for it, they are definitely gonna die. Kadai can just move on in. And then it's just finding those Jezzails that are oh so annoying. There they are. Nope, those are Triads. He gets the air net. Okay. So I'll just land real quick to dodge a couple of those shots. Kadai are in. There's his weapon team, so we'll just plow straight into them. And then my lord should be totally fine. That's a little bit of a spell cast there. Whoopsie daisies. Let's go back into the air. And then get another skirmisher in here. His lines are in absolute disarray right now. The Kadai are killing it. Couple doggos are not an issue against the mites of the Chaos Dowie. And then we just gotta escort these guys off. The weapon team indeed was not very powerful. Good to see, good to see. Go, my train, go. Choo-choo. There you go, doggos are gone. Then it's just shutting down the weapon teams. It's gonna take a little bit of work, but they should all die here. He really doesn't have too much. It's a mass route. Nice. It's a huge mass route. Jeez Louise. We're routing everywhere. Hell Cannon with its leadership debuff is so good for this situation. Yeah, he has a couple triads there. But yeah, he basically has nothing left, right? It's a lot of routes. It's a lot of routes he has. Rat ogres are doing their best. I will say my lord's taking a little bit of damage. Let's just full route them so that they don't come back. Lots of dead Skaven. It's a lot of dead Skaven we got going. Got a couple more skirmishers here. He doesn't have that capture point. That's magnificent. And now all I need is just a bunch of centaurs. As expected, when you take this many range units, you just don't have the defense. You just don't have the defense needed to keep you guys alive. I just gotta make sure my lord doesn't die. As we all know, one lord snipe can just end me if I don't play properly. So we're just gonna play a little safe. Just gonna take our time here. Thank goodness those Skaven weapon teams are garbage. Incredible stuff. Yo, that was a fun engagement. It's a nice just like swarm them up fight that we had going on there. He should be pretty dead though. Yeah, I don't even need to debuff those guys. Got some big old routes over here. One of his weapon teams is back, but it's extremely low. Hell Cannon has been getting insanity value for a while now. And yeah, now we have a 1,000 gold lead with so much trading. Most of his value is just damage on my lord, so like I don't really care too much. We'll give Claw a big run for his money. Just charge these guys, why not? He's got a net. Did he net it? I don't think he netted it, but a little painful. What are those? Triads again? How many triads does this guy have? Do I need more skirmishers? Oh god. He has triads on the crew. Drop the artillery piece. Okay, I should just be able to charge him in the back, right? Oh crap, he has a weapon team back? Okay, I gotta be careful here. He may manage to pull back if I'm not careful. There you go. Run, my crew, run. Yo, sneaky triads. What the crap? Look at that. My train's actually getting caught up here. Okay, so we gotta be a little bit wary. I'm gonna summon a single entity here to start cleaning up. Okay, we'll pull back over here. We did manage to kill off his triads mostly. The train's gonna have to be careful against Claw. So what? I have a capture here. We killed some of his skirmishers. Okay, and I can probably kill his rat ogres too. There you go. That spell should just kill his triads. That's a very expensive unit to lose. And the train does make it out alive. Wondrous. Okay, I can now remand the artillery piece. Very nice. Okay, and that's a huge pick. Yeah, I gotta be a little careful here. I still don't think I have to be super careful, but I gotta be at least wary of the shenanigans he can pull. There's another big spell cast. So we'll pull away. Could die against triads. I don't even know how that one pans out. Get him, train. Choo-choo. Speed boost. I probably want to desummon the artillery piece now that it's gone its value. It's not really much use for it now. Full centaurs in there. Okay, so we got those guys down. These triads did rally though. Unfortunate. I can kind of play time though. Sure, let's debuff these guys. Train's doing fine on the flank. Okay, I got my skirmishers here so they can, yeah, rout off the triads. Flank's going great. Flames of Asgore over here. And then everything's gonna die. This is why Flames of Asgore is amazing. Because it also kills monstrous units. And triads alike. Thank goodness I remembered my magic this time. They are completely gone. Not a single triad survived that spell cast. Holy crap. I'll take it. And now with the artillery alive again, now we just start killing them. Should be fairly simple. Let's see here. Yeah, it should be fairly simple. How's my train doing? 300 HP. If it lives, it can keep capturing, which is important to me. Because he's gonna be suffering on the ticket front for sure. I think if I just play for value and use these guys, I should be fine. I think we lost the train finally, but that's okay. Should be able to capture this point. We'll have a double cap once again, and my artillery's just plonking away happily. And then I just gotta close it out now. Icket Claw's kind of wounded. Can't really do much with him. There's our capture. All right. Still, it was a little bit of a tussle. Charix is a good player. Despite that early engagement, it was still kind of sus. Thank goodness I went for the spell resist lord, by the way. So he has 25 spell resist. That's the only thing keeping him alive right now against all the Icket Claw shenanigans. If it wasn't for that, he would be dead. For sure by now. It's a big hit on your boy Icket. If I can just chase him off now, it's over. That's all we really gotta do. He's getting real low. He's getting real low. Come on. He netted me. I see. Makes sense. I guess I'll just get another train. Why not? We know the trains are good, right? And just getting more of them is more good. So you might as well. Hellcan is doing a good job. Dang, it looks like Iket's gonna live. That's crazy, man. That's absurd. Holy crap. Well, I can just still chill on a double cap. The Hell Cannon can definitely get a lot of work in on him. Now we're gonna desummon that bad boy. They did dismount. I think I still get the refund value that I'm looking for, though. 500 right now. I go up to... Yeah, okay. I still got like a 400 gold savings on that. That's pretty good. He's got to be running out of magic soon, right? At this point, I just got a bunch of skirmishers. It's gonna be pretty hard for him to do anything. He just has yeah, just one Night Runner unit here. I think I can just send in the Kadai and the Bull Centaurs. He has a single doggo unit. Not a big problem when you can just route him off like so. Just gotta make sure my lord doesn't die. There you go. So there's the big engagement. But I'm just gonna Flames of Asgore him. Right? And then he dies. That should just kill everything. Or at least route him off. Pretty good engagement. A little bit of damage over there. Are we gonna get route? Yeah, we routed the Rat Ogres. That's good. Captured one of my points. I captured one of his points. We do get a bit of healing, which is nice. If I just get another Kadai, I think he has nothing that can kill that. There go his doggos. Nice. Yo, Flames of Asgore, man. MVP spell. Actually insane. This guy has only 1,700 value. Okay, never mind. Yo, the spell resist? Okay, if he didn't have spell resist... Yo, he almost killed him, man. Yo, the Lamassu spell resist is definitely saving my butt this day. That Lamassu spell resist, yeah, you can just chill now. You can just not fight anything except for a couple of routing triads. Any routes anyways, what a guy. Icket Claw's still alive, but I got the triple cap. Yeah, he just burned magic out of Icket Claw. As long as he rallies, which he should. Which he most definitely should. Does he need a unit nearby to rally him? I think he does. Look, I still got a train. Icket Claw's very worse for wear right now. Alright. He's gonna recapture one of these points, but not both. Okay, yeah, he's back. You can stay safe. You can stay safe. You can just not move. I would love you to just sit around and not move for the next while. I think that is the safest plan of action for you. Charix is playing his heart out. But it shan't be enough. I got more skirmishers, man. The skirmishers are gonna value trade him. He does get the doggo charge. Is Icket gonna route though? This guy just needs his leadership to come back. There you go. Nice. There goes the doggo route. He has another one of those spells? You kidding me? How many of those does the man have? I thought he was spamming them on my lord, but it's just off cooldown. That's crazy. Still though, it doesn't get that much damage, and he casts it on the ground too, so I was able to just leave it. Icket Claw is now going to route. My lord is back in action. Does he heal every time a spell is cast? Enemy spell cast within range. Oh, so he heals every time it gets cast a spell. I thought it was every time he casts a spell. Oh, no wonder. Dude. Okay, yeah, he heals every time it gets cast a spell. I haven't even been playing Chaos Dwarfs to the maximum potential. Dude, let's go. He's back in action. It can cast another spell. Rejoice. Rejoice. The Icket Claw is gone. All right. As scary as Charix is, we still manage a victory against him. GG. So what? That's our 4th win today. Hell yeah. Icket Claw with the 4,300 value. Yo, that's a sick ability. Just a tanky master. Hell Cannon got me all of my value. It was a very good call. His triads were definitely the spookiest because I had no infantry. Having no infantry means that they can dedicate their anti-large to you, but in the end, Skaven is Skaven. He played really well. I think his Rattling Gunner picks didn't really do much aside from force me to dive him. But yeah, my skirmishers are just too good. Like, it doesn't matter if Icket Claw hard carries. The rest of the roster is kind of sucky. Though, boy, did he hard carry. 100 kills and 4,300 value is a spicy meatball for Icket Claw. It's a very spicy meatball. Let's see here. So what was that? Chaos Dowie versus Skaven. It was a good attempt, Charix. It was a good Skaven attempt. I'll have to try to join more tournaments to stop your rampage. I welcome it. I look forward to the stomping. Yo, you got a pretty decent win rate against me, Attack Speed Enjoyer. Yo, my train got Omega Valley. Funnily, if he had some Shield Storm Vermin, he might have won. Absolutely not. Have you seen this spell? It deleted his triads, man. This is the ultimate anti-infantry spell. But yeah, the lore damage was really wasted. He should have been spamming on like everything else other than the Lord, probably. And then he might have been able to win it because my guy can't really land. How much is the heal? So 13, it's a lot. It's like almost 10% of his HP. It's crazy. That's crazy, man. Every time they cast a spell and the range is infinite, holy crap. Anyone that's spamming spells just like fully heal caps this guy. If you Spirit Leech him, I think he gains HP. Okay, so we're up against Nacho. Dang, Nacho for... What a Chad. He's been crushing it this tournament. Yo, alright, so I'm top bracket. He beat Charix, too. Not an easy feat, by any means. So what faction is he playing? What faction could be causing so many issues for everyone? Nacho Fur is playing... What's he playing as? Empire? He's playing Empire? Oh, God. All right. So, we have a man playing Empire. I'm going to ban Itza. It's that or we play Itza and we ban Imperial Road. Oh, God, he's playing Empire. Oh, God. Oh, Lordy. How am I supposed to beat Empire? Give me 5 minutes. Yep. I think Itza's not a bad map. I'll ban Imp Road. So he'll ban Lustrian Narrows, which will force it to Itza most likely. Pizza time. Yo, I really wonder. Empire. That's different from everything else we faced today. You think he heals from an enemy Spirit Leech? I think he'd get close to it, wouldn't he? Wouldn't the healing be like... Isn't that like a pretty good amount of healing? Maybe he'll take a bit of damage. I like to over-exaggerate. That would be ridiculous. Because Spirit Leech does like 700 damage, man. Spirit Leech doesn't do that much. Alright. So, Empire, though. Empire is a faction of spookiness. they have a bunch of dudes. They have a bunch of dudes that can just fight and grind, cause havoc. How much HP on the Lamassu? So a Lamassu has 6,000 HP and it heals 0.8 for 13 seconds. So what? That's 8% plus yeah, it's like about 10%. So you would heal like 600 HP. It's yeah, no, it would actually be oh, that's true. If he's on a Lamassu, he also has spell resist. No, he would straight up heal. If you put him on a Bale Taurus, he has 8,000 HP, which means 800 HP worth of healing. Yeah, no, they straight up heal from the spellcasting. The hiding units, yeah, I'm also making my build. But I'm giving you the numbers, you can work with it. Yeah, no, straight up. Accidentally found the OP Lord. No, everyone knows they're OP. It's very common. Everybody knows that they're OP. So, Empire. Empire have Outriders, I guess. They have Empire Knights. Do my Bull Centaurs trade into Empire Knights? Do my Kadai trade into Empire Knights? That's an interesting thought. Does Astrogoth have Burning Head? No. Still a bug / stat disparity that if you put Drazawath on normal Bull, he sucks. Drazawath has 45-65 stats. If you put him on Cinder Breath, he loses melee defense or gains melee attack. It doesn't seem like he gets any weaker. Yeah, if you give him his mount, he loses 19 melee defense, gains 19 melee attack, and a whack load to speed and armor piercing and all that. So it's definitely, I'd say it's worth it to put him on his mount. Now I'm just trying to figure out how do you deal with the Empire Cav, because I don't have nearly as many options this time as I did before. The train spam is not nearly going to be as strong here, because one Cav surround and they kind of just die. In campaign, he died to a level 1 Chaos Lord in like 5 hits. Definitely not this time. It's pretty spooky. Cinder Breath has some really nice attack animations. Yeah, he got a really quick triple hit against a Beastmen Lord earlier. But yeah, Empire should not be that difficult to handle. Empire is generally Empire can be considered to be fairly chumpy. Now, I'm not gonna say that Empire is like, you know, whatever, right? They're not like, you can't just ignore them. But they're pretty chumpy. Mass Bull Centaurs. Just go for a fat rush. I feel like Wide Pyre would have their way with that, though. You don't want to just go into a wide Empire build and get absolutely murdered. That would be bad. Yeah, it seems like a fairly good build. I imagine he will have but a bit of cavalry. Does he have anything to kill Hobgoblin archers? Probably. They got like no range, man. Hobgoblin archers kind of suck. So yeah, I think the big question here is like, will I have an anti-cav counter? Will we have it? So he's playing Empire. I'm playing Chaos Wars. Yeah, Empire Cavalry can be such a menace. Such an absolute menace. Skirmishers can be a pain in the butt. Hobgoblins are really bad versus Empire Knights too. You generally don't want to go for that. Bans Lustrian Narrow, so we're on Itza. But like I don't think he has a lot that can deal with this build specifically. Empire have some pretty glaring weaknesses, I would say, that should hurt them a good deal. Do they have something that can kill Kadai? Like, it's not like they gotta bring handgunners, right? Kadai are pretty good against Cav too. They got that super high DPS anti-infantry. The spookiest thing is like, okay, yeah, you might have a little bit of Cav, but like, can't be that bad, right? It's just Empire. I feel like I'm totally missing something though. He did just beat a Chaos Dwarf player. So the odds that we're just missing something and he's just gonna run us over are spooky high currently. It be spooky high indeed. Hammer of the Witches or the Silver Bullets, pretty much. Not too great most of the time. He's already ready? What the crap? How is he ready so quickly? I think he might be going for like, he might have a hard counter build maybe. Maybe he has a hard counter build to us. If I were to get hard countered, it would be a little spicy, I guess. Demigryphs can be a danger. Yeah, the Demi Knights. And then you're back to like Bull Centaur rushing again as your main stratagem. I think I probably do want at least one of these, just in case he has some crazy shenanigans. Bunch of these guys, you can't really go wrong with them. Probably just two though. And then, yeah, Empire. Like in theory, Empire don't really have a lot of chops. But you never know if they're gonna whip out something insane. Always a chance with these players playing as non-meta factions to just take like the most crazy builds you've never seen before. And then you just die. Then life sucks. Counter the Demis and the Hawklins and you'll be fine. Probably. I think probably. Embrace the flagellant spam. Flagellant spam would be a crazy strategy. I doubt that'll be able to do too much. I'm just trying to figure out what like the rest of my units are gonna look like. I guess this is okay. Sure. And then what? One of these? Sure. Alright, I think I got a good enough build. Against a lot of stuff that he might throw at me, this is a solid build. I went for the Man-Tide Chaos Dwarves with the train in reserve just in case. If he goes for like a million swordsmen, like great swords, I'm just gonna whip out the train. Your Lizardmen build versus the Empire was so funny, just crushing it. Yeah, max single entity. It's really good against like them artillery styles for sure. But let's see if this will do. So we know Empire generally, they're pretty bad against full armored infantry rushes. So I just did that. He has 14 units. I have a Man-Tide. It should be very difficult for any of his units to trade up here. This is a pretty fat stack we got going on here. And then we got we got our laborers in here. It's just a fat Man-Tide. Ready, good luck, have fun. And I have Burning Head, which is the ultimate in Empire killing potential. I got my train, I got my bull centaurs, armor piercing, anti-large. Okay, we got our hobgobbos. If he takes too much range, he should just die. You know, we're looking for cannons. We're really hoping for cannons. Yeah, this is a big pivot. Big pivot from the usual. But I should just be able to triple cap him and then just stuff him up for the rest of the game. At least that's the plan. Maybe he out DPSs me like crazy. But this is a lot of dowie. It's a lot of dowie that he's going to have to chunk through. It's a lot of HP. Each one of these guys has 8,200 HP. They're made to sit and tank forever and never die. Fortunately, I don't have any skirmishers to capture these points early, but what can you do? Will it be enough? If he has a bunch of Pistoliers, dude, you think Pistoliers are gonna kill these Chaos Dwarf Warriors? If he brings Outriders, I'm just gonna get the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders. I have counters to Skirmish in reserve. Yeah, it's a hella wide build. We managed to go wider than the Empire. There he goes. So what are we looking at? Triple cannon. We won. It's over. I don't know how else to say it, guys. He is absolutely not ready for this. He has a pendulum. Yeah, my forces should be able to just out trade him. If I just march forwards here, there's almost nothing he can do. It does mean that we will have to march forwards fairly aggressively. Great cannons are kind of spread apart. I don't have my sick AoE. He gets a couple grenade launchers in there. Fine by me. That's what the hobgoblins are for. Grenade launchers are not too spooky. Oh, and he nets me. Thankfully, he doesn't have too many range units, right? I should be fine. Interesting to see the Marcus. We got that missile resist, though. There's my hobgobbos going on in. Marcus is fairly alone right now. I should be able to just fight him, right? There we go. Hobgoblins are doing great. And then we're just gonna march right on in. We're just gonna get into that cookie jar. Because he doesn't have a lot of range. All of his range kind of went into the artillery pieces. Well, Marcus is being a menace and a half. There you go. There's the triple cap. Nice. Okay, little bit of an iffy over there. There's a cav summon of some sort. Okay, we'll just draw them away into the trees, I guess, while the rest of my infantry come on in. And then now begins the grind. Now begins the long grind. My lord will be fine. He's goodies. I should be able to get a pretty sick burning head over there. A couple great swords. We'll swap our dudes here. Okay, you know what? Now it's time to get the train. Train time is now. All right, we'll just slow march of the infantry. Great swords are a little annoying. There's a pendulum. I should be able to partial dodge that. Not the best partial dodge I've ever had. But yeah, we just wanna stuff him up, right? The train will be fine. Most of his cannons aren't even facing it right now, which is nice. Value trading wise, we're obviously behind. But as long as great swords don't kill too much here, I'll be okay. We'll send the laborers on him. Get him train, beat him up. Okay. Interesting to see a war wagon. That's a spicy meatball and a half. Very interesting. War wagons? What's he thinking? Okay. Should be able to get another burning head on these guys. Yeah, now he's running with his trains. But yeah, now, or his artillery pieces. But the artillery pieces, once they're shut down, he's gonna be in for a pretty bad time, right? Got a couple skirmishers here to get these boys. There's the big rout of his artillery. Dowie Lord got netted again. I just gotta not get army wiped. We just gotta stuff him up. I almost wish I had more infantry now. Kind of unfortunate, but it'll do. Okay, so we got a little bit of a route there. Yeah, can he actually retake capture points now is the big question. He's definitely getting a lot of damage on my lord. There's not much to be done about that. But I finally have a couple gobos on him. Oh, God, what the crap? Where'd that damage come from? Okay, well, Lord's gonna die. Now, the question is, do I resummon him? That's unfortunate. How'd that happen? I think he just got shot by cannons. Well, that's an intensity moment and a half. That's a really bad moment. Lord straight up died. He just straight up disappeared off the face of the planet. Kind of unfortunate. Now my train is alone against his artillery pieces. Maybe I rout off his great swords. Oh, not the Lord throw. So what do I do now? I guess I gotta resummon him. Oh, that's very unfortunate. Marcus is doing a good job too, bullying my guys. At least I have a bunch of dudes in this back line. He's still triple capped, but he may be able to retake a couple points soon if I'm not careful. If I'm not careful. It's still gonna be a little bit of a tussle, I think. I'm just gonna save up to resummon my lord. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Like, he has a lot of artillery pieces here. He's not gonna recapture anything, all right? He's purely going for the value trades. Artillery's still very shut down. Nice. Great swords again bullied. Lord's almost back. Okay, yeah, we'll be good. We'll be totally fine. I should be able to line of sight his cannons here too with that hill. The hill is a big plus for us for sure. And then if I rout off the great swords, then we're goodies. Look, even with the Lord snipe, he's still triple capped up the wazoo. Okay, he's still insanely triple capped. His artillery pieces are getting bogged down by my forces. The train terror routes, amazing. Train's dancing. Train's doing great. Okay, and the Lord's back. Alrighty. Take two. Take two with the Lord. He'll be goodies. We're seeing some rallies now. His capturing is going extremely slowly, right? If there's one thing that's a saving grace, it's that. His war wagons here will be able to hold fairly well, but if I can get like one bull centaur unit, we're pretty fine there, right? Got a bunch of warriors coming on in. Maybe we can get a route. Maybe we can get a route. Come on. I gotta maintain the triple cap as long as I can here. All right. He has a lot of cav resurfacing. That part's pretty spooky. That's definitely a terror route, at least. And I should be able to kill off his spears, perhaps. That's pretty nice. All right, so he's trying to capture that side point. Once I get my bull centaurs, he's in trouble, man. He's in trouble. I will say, though, these war wagons were a menace. Yeah, so now it's the grand recapturing that he's playing for. His cav will not be able to take this point, I swear it. My lord will have to play it safe, unfortunately. But he only got his first point at 1,000. That's generally pretty good for... just in general. It's generally good in general. You can see the fear kicking in. But, still gonna be pretty slow. It's gonna be a pretty slow situation, I'd say. I will say my lord taking so much heat, really bad. But yeah, you know, pretty good damage on those Sigmar Suns. I don't know what happened to them, but they just kind of died. Nice. Got a bull centaurs here against a couple Empire Knights. Not a big deal. Yeah, he just did 1 million damage to himself. Did he pendulum into himself? I think he did. That's quite nice. I'll take that. There's a big sandwich on my Chaos Dwarf warriors. If I can hold these 2 points, though, it's going to be pretty spooky, right? Sure, he's target firing my lord. But the dwarf warriors here hold. I can shove his outriders off of this point and then just wait for like goblin skirmishers to take care of the rest. There's the Demogryph Knights. Oh god, okay. So he does have Demi Knights. How terrifying. Alright. I don't know how I feel about that. That's pretty spooky. It's gonna become yeah, just a stuff him up game. So we're just gonna have to stall him out. Take our time and get ready for some retakes here. Because he's already pretty close, right? He's already a little close here. Those Demogryph Knights are a menace. Okay, there we go. You know what? I just gotta win this high ground fight. Screw it. Screw it. Hit him with the Burning Head. Hit him with the debuffs. There you go. And the Withering. If I can kill the Demi Knights, not as bad. It's asking for a lot, I know, but... Here we go. Here we go. He's having any... Yeah, okay. So I can start summoning in warriors here to retake this point. Make it a little bit more difficult for him. The Demi Knights, come on, Bull Centaurs, you got this. They're just Demi Knight halberds. Oh, God, no. And there's the triple cap. Yo, what the crap? Yo, you didn't get stuffed up. Maybe I should have taken more infantry. I feel like I should have just taken more infantry. I goofed. I spammed way too much cav and just traded them out. Infantry spam would have won it. Ah, dang. Anyway, we can come back here. He killed my lord again with the Marcus. It's all ogre. Anyway, I can retake this quickly. Okay, I have a couple dudes. Maybe he's not paying attention, and then we recapture this point super fast while he's not looking. Come on, hobgoblins, get him. All right, he doesn't have no cav. He ain't got no cav. This should be an easy retake. All right, we killed off his outriders. I just gotta make sure that we just hunker down here with our dwarf warriors, with my pitiful crew of dwarf warriors, and then I just gotta sneak this point while he's not looking. Maybe he won't be looking, and then we can sneaky beaky him. Yeah, there we go. All right, get him, hobgobbos. The outrider grenade launchers are on my dudes. Come on, just get the point. He's not gonna turn. He's sticking it. Okay. Well, I will be able to secure the point. Will it be long enough though? Can we actually hold this for long enough? Maybe he makes a horrendous misplay. You never know. Horrendous misplays are common. Indeed, extremely common. Summons a unit of guys over here. Some great swords. He has a wagon. Oh, man. Yeah, I thought we could totally stuff him up, but he just out-traded me. The great swords actually were a menace, and the Lord Snipes were Marcus was real nice. I think if I had played it super slow, maybe, and not dived in with so many weak cavalry units, I would have been fine. Definitely a little on the unfamiliar side for this matchup. He de-summons the art. What the crap? That's some BM. What if I retake this point? You don't know. All right, well, he de-summoned his thingy. So if I can just retake this, his cab's gonna have to move all the way back. Look at them go. They're pretty slow too, right? If I could just retake this one, we're fine. He does still have his Demi Knights. Oh, I see it. So he could summon in these guys. Oh, God. Well, I don't think I have anything. Yeah, he did a good job. He kind of knew what he was doing there. Triple artillery was quite the menace. I'm still gonna go for it though, because it's the last match of the day. We're absolutely tabled though, for sure. Dang, yo, the Demi Knights were such a menace. So I guess elite cavalry. I guess elite cavalry is the hard counter to the Chawi. Elite cavalry and cannons. Because I don't think the trains would have cooked here. Yep. Can they hold? I don't even have capture weight. That's such a tragedy. Such a tragedy. Yo, I should have just gone a single entity rush build. I feel like a single entity rush would have just killed him. With Drazi. I think that's... I'm totally going to do that next time. That's GG though. Well played to my opponent. GG, well played. Solid match. Solid showing of how to beat Chaos Dwarves. Very weak to the artillery. Yo, I was so happy about the 3 cannons. One of them, yeah, Hammer of the Witches was the one killing everything. So, obviously, that's not how you play against Empire. The way you play against Empire, burpees will disincentivize us. I would have been able to just kill him, I think, if I went Drazuath with the Flames of Asgore. I think going Burning Head is not needed. You go Flames of Asgore, you take your mount, you accept that you're going to get netted. And then you just go for like a big Bale Taurus rush, right? Can you do it with a second caster? What does the second caster have? A little Vortex, Ruptured, Reforge. How cheap can you get them? 2,200? Okay, I think the way you play this is you just go for a fat single entity rush. Then you go for like the train in reserve to clean up his guys. But as long as you land the Flames of Asgore, he's just going to lose all his cav. Dreadquake. I think Dreadquake dies to the artillery. This actually seemed like a pretty spice matchup. It's either that or you take Hobgoblins to shoot his frontline infantry to death. Or he knew exactly what I was taking though. He was so ready for it. Why don't you have Beastmen banned? Turn had them banned in the last SFT. Because they suck. They don't suck, but Beastmen are not actually that oppressive. We haven't actually seen many Beastmen wins. So, yeah, it's fine. But yeah, I think if you go for a single entity rush that can just jump their artillery pieces, it's fine. I guess dwarves don't have that much in the way of a single entity rush. Like, you'd have to take the Iron Demons with you. Yeah, the Armored Cav are actually kind of a menace. So you'd have to take some Elite Cav. Dreadquake is the least terrible on Itza. Yeah, you'd have to rush them. You'd have to rush them. I think you do maybe still take the Dreadquakes anyways. So, like, I'd probably go for this and then just full rush him. And if he doesn't have enough artillery in the back line, then I don't have to commit to the rush. Yo, the 2x Lord lost. Dude, the cannon and Marcus killed him so fast. That was a terror and a half. He got the Valley trading just too quickly. Empire is really good at that, if they can defend. And I guess I didn't really have anything to kill the Great Swords. Maybe if I had taken the Immortals or something. Yeah, that was the last match. He won. Well played. We'll give him his congratulations at Nacho for well played with the Empire win. Yeah, you need like something to kill like the Great Swords and Demis. Let's just workshop a build so we have something versus cannons and stuff. I think Drazuath and a Bale Taurus is like a solid, just anchor down. They can kill basically everything. And then you go for like, actually, wait a second. Yeah, then you go for this. And then that way, you know, every time I took infantry, I lost, right? That's the, that's the moral of the story. So you want to go for just a fat single entity rush, avoid the cannon shots as much as you can, and then just jump them with these guys. He can't stop you from killing his cannons because you got Flames of Asgore. So that should be fine. And then the rest should just be cleanup. Cleanup crew looks probably like a couple could die. You know what? Just screw the infantry, right? You just screw the infantry. I can't believe it. Yeah, I think you just say screw the infantry. Just take a bunch of cav to clean up, and then you're fine. As long as a single entities don't die. Chaos Dwarves versus Cannons. Infantry too underpowered, but there you go. That's the end of the tournament. I am going to now do a build showcase. Build showcase for every single faction in the game. Where, because I've been getting a lot of, okay, you know, start over. I've been getting a lot of requests for builds for new players coming into the scene that are interested in multiplayer. And today I would like to finally showcase exactly one build for each faction that kind of represents like the core strength of that faction. They're going to be pretty meta, but they'll be like a nice starter point for people to just hop on in, use the build, and they should be generally good against most factions. So starting off with the Beastmen, let's go and showcase this. I gotta actually assemble the build first. So you take Flock of Doom, take the icon. Actually, you don't even take this. Just go for like a super cheap Malagor. It's honestly fine. The leadership debuff, yeah, and like unholy power. That's probably good enough if you're just spamming Flock of Doom. Your reinforcement pool is probably gonna look like mostly Centaurs. Beastmen's pretty straightforward. Like, so like your standard good stuff is like triple archer, a million Ungors, and then like, yeah, if it's gonna be a generalist build, they probably want something like this. Let's see, is this good? This is good. I feel like this is almost good. So you have like your whack loads of infantry, and then you just have like probably a Minotaur great weapons. Probably Minotaur great weapons. And Gore Herd. Okay, I gotta actually, there you go. There you go. This one's a good one. Anything else? Do they need terror? Most people usually don't need terror. I know terror is good and all, but oh, actually, they should definitely take these guys in reserve. Let's see. Yeah, it's gonna look something like this. I want to set them up with a couple Centaur throwing axes just in case. Maybe a Razor Gore Herd. Throwing axes? Yeah, I think there should be like some throwing axes here. Yeah, maybe like the ROR throwing axe. All right. So this is like a good general Beastmen build that has more or less all the tools you need. I would say probably shuffle around the Minotaur great weapons with these guys, depending on the situation. But usually it's nice to have like one great weapon to countercharge cavalry. You play defensively with this. And this is just like a standard build that'll work in most situations against normal armies. You have archers to counter skirmishers, Bestigor to actually have like a solid frontline unit to push through, and Malagor with Flock of Doom. You basically want to spam this on cavalry as much as possible, because it does a lot of damage to them. Overcast it, normal cast it, whatever suits you. And if you run into a lot of single entities, the answer is to summon in the Gorbals. Khorne Gores are really good in late games against Cav, because they'll generally trade up. Otherwise, you're mostly summoning in Centaurs. But yeah, you can kind of mix it up. Beastmen are fairly freeform. You can take more monsters if you want. But if you just want the solid starter build, this is about as meta as you can get. Next up, we have Bretonnia. Bretonnia is... Let's see, I think I have some preset builds here. I think I have a million Bretonian builds. Let's see. What's like a solid, like, baseline Bretonnia build, though? Alberic. Actually, this is pretty solid baseline Bretonnia build. It has a lot of the works. I want one with like a couple more foot squires, though. I'll set him up with the Lewin because he's harder to kill. All right, you know what? Let's just load in this Bretonnia vs Beastmen build and work off of this one. All right. So usually as Bretonnia, yeah, you want some battle pilgrims, some foot squires. What you have? You know what? Alberic's not bad. I've had more success with Alberic than anyone else. Maybe I do set them up with this Bretonnia build. It's actually not too bad. You have your Grail Relique. You have your questing knights. You don't really need anything else other than like maybe some extra foot squires just in case. And a second Grail Relique in case you need more infantry. But yeah, okay. For Bretonnia, this is the build that you're generally going to want to go for. A lot of people like Lewin. Alberic's really good too. You basically treat him as a sniping target that supports your cavalry by giving them sick anti-large bonuses. And you got some mega routes with the discouraged effect. Green Knight is amazing now because he got buffed. And you just take regrowth on your caster. You're going to notice a pretty common trend where we only take 1 or 2 spells max, because otherwise you're generally wasting your money. A little bit of damage resist so that Alberic doesn't die in his big sniping attempt. And then you're just going to have a little bit of a front line. Some battle pilgrims, the foot squires, and peasant bowmen. You want to keep these guys alive. They're kind of your main DPS. Oh crap, I have my tourney win rate there. Whoopsie daisies. Anyways, yeah, you generally want to keep these guys alive with your cavalry summons, questing knights for armored, knights of the realm for non-armored, and more foot squires and infantry if you're dealing with like a lot of infantry coming your way. Foot squires will trade decently as long as they're supported by archers and grail reliques. For chaos dwarves, we're just playing chaos dwarves. You know what? If you want a chaos dwarf build that'll just crush a lot of people, that's just kind of disgusting. You know what? Just copy this build. It's the Flames of Asgore to kill elite infantry and cavalry that surround you guys. You got a lot of skirmish, and if they bring a lot of infantry, you just run them over with trains and Kadai Fireboard. It's super straightforward. You don't have to micro at all, and you have your Bull Centaur Taurox to deal with single entities that are going to be trying to kill your trains. It's not as good versus cannon factions, but against any melee faction, just copy this and you'll be fine. Demons of Chaos. Jeez, what's the Demons of Chaos build? Why Drazwath over the Healing Lord? Because he's cool. He has a spell amp ability, which is kind of nice. The more kills he gets, the more it amps up. Let's see. If you're playing Demons of Chaos I'm a little bit less familiar with. Is there another single faction tournament tonight? I think I'll probably call it early so I can edit this video. Take it a little bit easy today. Yeah, what even is a good Demons of Chaos build? I guess I'll just set them up with something normal. Demons of Chaos, like, honestly, Plague Bearers, like, just take the good units, right? Plague Bearers, Fiends. You take an Exalted Keeper. You, cut Belay of Blows. Yeah, so you take, like, the Rampager, essentially. And then, yeah, they can choose what spell they want to run on the Exalted Keeper. Let's see here. And then you just want Fiends, right? Yeah, Fiends, one Changebringer. Probably Doggos. Probably Doggos are a solid choice. This isn't, like, Demons of Chaos are really weird because you need to have, like, contingencies for many different play styles. So it's not going to be as useful as many other builds, but it should be good enough. It should be fine enough to just, you know, give them... Actually, they should probably take some Exalteds. Yeah, alright. So for Demons of Chaos, I'm not like a master of Demons of Chaos, but generally the core units that you're going to want to run are Plague Bearers, Exalted Bloodletters, Fiends of Slaanesh, and some Fleshhounds and Plague Toads. With Changebringers situationally. This is a very situational faction. Like, archers are going to shred these Plague Bearers, but you do have some of the best Lord selections in the game. Exalted Keeper of Secrets is really good against Skirmish and Kite because they have Seductive Glory, which can route units. I've left a little bit of extra money here so that you can pick whichever spells you want. Purvain's pretty OP, so if you have, you know, it's usually banned in tournaments. But if you want to run that, you can, if it's just ladder. Otherwise, you probably want to go Shadows and go for, like, Pit of Shades or something. But this is just, like, generally a bunch of units that will do well. You'll want to take more or less depending on the situation. But probably the best unit on the roster is the Fiends and Changebringers if they don't die. You can also mix it up if you really want and go for plague drones and rot flies to defend these. Furies die really quick to plague drones. So if you feel like you have air supremacy, especially if you rampage guys to the ground with Seductive Glory, then potentially these guys will just insta win you the game. Would highly recommend. For Dark Elves, what are we looking at? For Dark Elves, you know, I should totally show off the... There's some cool builds here you can do. For Dark Elves, I think you should totally, probably the most meta play style, I would say. Because they are kind of weak. Would be just a stall infantry max build. It's kind of filthy, but I think you can have a lot of fun with it. So basically you take max infantry. 700 gold left. 1,100. Oh wait, I can take some of these. There you go. There you go. This is a silly build, but it's a good one. Yeah, they just take a couple cold one. Actually, I think you just go for the cold one knights. It's probably good enough. We already took the maximum number of guys over here. Yeah, we could just take a dread knight. Wish executioners were good. Yeah. But for Dark Elves, this is the build that is kind of spicy, but can be really fun to play. It's a very different playstyle than usual, but a lot of players have noticed that the Dark Elf passive only triggers once per battle, but it's really impactful. So there is a build where if your opponent doesn't have a lot of skirmish and like artillery to poke you down in the early game, you can wait for the first couple minutes and just not engage to get as many dudes on the field as possible before you go for a big dive in. And when you go for the big dive, you're going to have like 30 units on the field. They're all going to be collapsing in at the same time, and your passive is going to trigger on all of them, which gives them a massive leadership buff, a massive vigor buff, and a lot of combat stats. It can be pretty fun, and I would highly recommend it. If you're new, I would say try it out. Usually you want to just sit around until about the 5-minute mark. Maybe capture 1 point if you're able to, and then you just go for a big push. The reason the build is good is because, yeah, you're trying to maximize their faction passive as much as possible. This is a huge buff. It's plus 25% melee attack for 90 seconds. So if you just have all your guys in combat at the same time, you're going to uptrade massively. And because you're pushing with a huge melee squad, you're going to be maximizing value on this. It's a very dandy good old time. But you do have to time that passive properly. If you do get into a fight and the passive triggers, you lose your best asset when playing this. But yeah, would highly recommend trying that out. For the Dowie. What are we looking at? Dowie's a weird one, man. Dowie, you probably just want to spam miners with blasting charges. This is also another mini blind spot I have, but I think it's pretty straightforward. You go for like a super cheap lord, and then you just go ultra wide with just like a couple range units. So like Grim Delvers are really good, and then Rangers are really good. So you just go for like a big old shove 'em back push. Rangers come in on the vanguard, and then you'll be okay. Anything that can make this build better though? You know, Doomseeker is like one rogue Doomseeker can really throw people in for a loop. I'm thinking, let's see, can I upgrade to a Longbeard? I just gotta make sure the money is spent properly. Oh yeah, and then there's miner spam. Yeah, there we go. This one's pretty fun. Got a bunch of dwarf warriors. And then... yeah, they just take a bunch of slayers. It's probably good enough. Like, you might run into a couple chariots, but you have grim delvers and slayers. Yeah, this is probably fine. And then you just take like a reserve. 2 reserve iron drakes, yeah. So if you're playing dwarves, most factions will have a lot of... okay, I'm doing that again. If you're playing dwarves, a lot of factions will have a hard time taking out armor. And if you just take too much armor for them to kill, you can shove them all the way back into their spawn and then win the game by capture tickets. This is a very aggressive dwarf build, but it's a lot less abusable than many of the ranged builds that you might be taking. You got Doomseekers to cleave through elite infantry that would otherwise punish these guys. And then you take Troll Hammers for chariots. Otherwise, it's pretty straightforward, just walk into them build. You can get a pretty nice surprise with Grim Delvers too. If it does look like they have a lot of mobility, keep a unit of Slayers near them. But yeah, it's very straightforward. You just rush them down. You have a bunch of good units. Make sure your miners get blasting charges and you'll be totally fine. For the Empire, ooh, yo, let's just showcase the Empire kite build. Yeah, there we go. For the Empire, this one's a little bit of a weird build, but I would say it is very fun, especially against factions like Khorne. If you're going up against any faction that isn't just spamming infantry your way, like it's not a 20 stack of infantry, this will get a lot of work done. You have a Hellstorm rocket battery that can just cleave through most of their elite stuff, and then you desummon it for a lot of money. You got your war wagons and your outriders to just value trade, and a bright wizard with burning head. This is all just chaff clearing as much damage as possible, and then you use Volkmar to cleave through the rest of the infantry. After that, you just spam knights and a couple infantry to hold the points, and then you'll win. I have a couple games on stream showcasing how powerful this can be against even a Khorne full infantry rush. And if you're a little bit worried about getting rushed down, just replace the outriders with some cavalry. Like, get rid of these guys, only stick with 3 war wagons, and then take some cav. But otherwise, it's a very fun build. Grand Cathay, what are we looking at here? For Grand Cathay, do I have a Save Cathay build? I think I do. Yeah, this is a build. For Grand Cathay, things are very simple. You just want to go wide. The faction doesn't really have a lot of retake potential in domination. So you just go as wide as possible, spam 1,000,000 units of infantry, and protect your archers. The idea is, as long as the archers stay alive for the whole fight, they're going to be up trading. You got Searing Doom and Plague of Rust to make the archers do damage against high armor. And you have a Celestial General that's decent against single entities that try to dive on in. It's a solid build. You can do a little bit of mix and matching with the lords. You know, if you want to go for Zhao, feel free to. But don't touch the reinforcing army. You want all the peasant horsemen and Jade Lancer summons in the world, because summoning infantry for Cathay is just a terrible idea most of the time, because their infantry is really slow. The Crowmen and the Lancers provide harmony for each other, and they will win against basically any other cav if they are together. This is the main Tide special. I would recommend going for nothing else, basically, because Cathay is kind of weak right now. For greenskins, did I have a greenskin build? Did I have a greenskin build? I didn't have a greenskin build, but it's pretty straightforward. Their units are really good. Magic wise, probably just a River Troll Hag with the slow. Mither, Spirit Leech, Swamp Breath. Pump wagons are really good. I think basically you just want to spam pump wagons, boar boys, and squigs. It's not too much to go off of there. And then, yeah, it's black orcs and just a whack load of infantry. Greenskins are pretty straightforward. They're not too, they ain't too complicated. Let's see. Yeah, and then you got your cav core, you got infantry core. Actually, wait. People always take, yeah, ruglids. Ruglids are amazing. Definitely go for them. Should put a drum in the Cathay build. It's fine. For real, for real. I don't know. They can run the drum if they want. If they want, they can take the drum. Like, this is a basic build showcase. For greenskins, honestly, yeah, I think it is just cav spam into the horizon. You don't really have to worry about single entities that much. Probably you could take a black orc big boss. He's not that common, but he's actually decent. And then probably, yeah, I guess you do just keep spamming cav. I guess it is that simple. Ooh, yeah, a couple spider riders too. And there we go. Oh, a little too expensive. Anything that costs 400? All right, sure, this is good enough. If you want to, okay, if you want a basic green skin build, roughly this is what you're looking at. Grom the Paunch is an MVP, ITP Aura, and Lucky Banner to make him invincible. Spirit Leech is just a spell you can't really go wrong with if you just spam it against normal lords that aren't super tanky. And then greenskins just have great infantry. They got the Acid Burpa for single entities. If you need a little bit more single entity strength, you can take a Black Orc Big Boss or your Colossal Squig. But the name of the game is their mobility. Greenskins have the cheapest high DPS cavalry in the world. So if you just bring 1,000,000 Forest Goblin Spider Riders, Squigs, Boar Boys, and Pump Wagons, depending on the situation, right? So you have your anti-infantry here, anti-skirmish, anti-cav. Very straightforward. You just pump these guys out for the entire game, send them into whichever target they're meant to face, and they'll do great against them. The Acid Burpa has an ability too, which just deletes infantry and cavalry that's around it. You can spam, yeah, this one. You can spam it out whenever it's off cooldown, and you get mega value. And that's basically it. Don't get too fainty with the goblins because they rout a lot. For the high elves basically only have one build. High elves, essentially the only thing that you should ever do with high elves, because I think they're a weaker faction, unless you're Charix and you really know what you're doing. You should not be getting too fancy with these guys. A simple Apotheosis Altharian to heal himself with the Mistwalker Barrage. And then you just want a lot to defend these guys. So it's just going to be a bunch of spears and a couple of these guys. After that, it's a Great Eagle, a Frostheart Phoenix, and then just all the cavalry you could possibly imagine. Unfortunately, there probably isn't too much more you can do here. Can I replace this? The Eagle? I think the Eagle's a little bit sus. Get a unit of, yeah. So if you're playing as high elves, this is what I recommend. Basically go for a Shadow Warrior kite. They don't have that many builds that are exceptional. So you're just gonna take whatever's as good as possible and stick with it. Altharian is a solid fighter. He has Apotheosis that can heal. And he has Mistwalker Barrage, which kills cavalry quite well. You have the Shield of Sapphire to make him a little bit more tanky. And if you need extra single entity fightiness, then you take the Frostheart Phoenix. Otherwise, you're just spamming infinite cav to defend the Shadow Warriors, and you're trying to uptrade. There's nothing too special about this build. And you can swap out the Rangers and the Spearmen with maybe White Lions if you're feeling really spicy. But like everything revolves around these guys, okay? You're not really gonna do much otherwise. And even then, high elves are still really hard to play unless you really know how to kite. But this is what I'd recommend if you decide to die, I guess. Khorne is super straightforward. 1 Bloodweight Berserker One, yeah, Valkyria's like the hyper meta, isn't she? You get the spear, and then you just spam infantry, right? The biggest problem with Khorne is like you're gonna run into kite most of the time. But if you take a melee fight, you'll be goodies. That's why I almost want to take Scarbrand for the rampage, but I don't think that's a good idea. Wrathmongers are still amazing. You know what? Wrathmongers aren't even limited anymore. I think you should just take Wrathmongers. And then you bring in the Horsemen for counter kite. Horsemen, Furies, and Doggos. And then the main army can just be like a Wrathmonger Bulldozer. Like, this is as simple as it gets, right? You don't really need much else. You know what? Screw the Marauders. We're taking Khorne Gores. Skull Reapers, probably not. Or it could be Chaos Warriors. Kind of slow though, right? Yeah, 28 speed. That's real slow. Yeah, this'll do. Monster Mash. Yeah, but like a Monster Mash is even more susceptible to kite. I think this will do people way better. Blood Beasts, I feel like, are better than Flesh Hounds a lot of the time. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good enough build. If you're playing as Khorne and you're new, this is what I recommend. It's a very simple spear. Simple build. You have Valkyria with Spear of Sleipnir, which does a lot of damage in a line. And it's just a value trade. You got Demon Shield to make sure she doesn't die. And then you got the YOLO style. Wrathmongers will guarantee you're going to win the frontline fight. All you gotta do is shut down the ranged units that might shoot them. So you're either gonna spam Chaos Furies for the mobility, or Skirmishers, or Blood Beasts, depending on if you fight Archers, or Skirmishers, or maybe a little bit of Cav needs to get caught up. This is generally what you're gonna do. You're gonna shield the Wrathmongers with your Marauders of Khorne, and as long as you can defend them well, you'll be fine. A lot of people also like to take the Hellforged Bellows, but it is very snipeable if you don't know what you're doing. Honestly, I would just take this, and you'll be able to win against like most factions. Wrathmongers are amazing. Yes, they got nerfed, but they still have crazy stats. And yeah, and the goal is simple. Just make sure they don't get shot. That's basically it. That's Khorne. Oh yeah, Kislev. If you're playing Kislev, copy this build. It's the new meta. It's a no infantry Kislev build. Crown of Claws with the missile resist. Overcast Forbidden Fens to get a vigor and speed buff on your Cav. I had a stream where we showcased this. Won me the tournament. You got your anti-infantry armor piercing, otherwise you're spamming Griffin Legion. And you basically just romp around with this blob that's unkillable because you have Silax Lullaby. It's insane. It's definitely a no-brainer build. There's not a lot of thinking. Basically, whatever you right-click is gonna die. And because your Frostworms are gonna have 45% missile resist, just don't worry about getting shot. You can just dive straight on in with your speed buff, and you'll win it. For Lizardmen, I gotta showcase. For Lizardmen, same deal. Same deal, alright? If you want to have a fun time with them, bring a Bastiladon, Perfect Vigor AoE, Shredder of Lustria for the leadership bomb, Mazda Mundi for the heals, and then you just got to get really good at your Pterodon Rider micro to bomb drop their range units, and you'll be fine. The idea is the same. You just you just shut down their ranged with whatever options you have. You got Saurus Scarvets to hunt down single entities just in case they went super hard on the single entities, and then you'll be fine. Did you figure out how to beat dwarves with the Kislev build? Yeah, just don't run into goblin hewers and you're good. But yeah, that's a fun Lizardman build. For Norska, honestly, the Skirmish Core is not bad for Norska, but I don't think people are gonna enjoy that. I think like a legitimately good Norska build is probably something like this. Throg is amazing. Skyle is pretty good. Probably just want to run Burning Head. Yeah, and they can just take skirmishers in reserve. One of these doggos. Norska, it's also kind of like a rush faction. Well, of course it's a rush faction. That's basically the only thing they can do, unless you're kiting with horsemen. For Norska, I don't know, man. Do you run the mammoth here? I think you do. That's basically the only thing that makes Norska worth taking, isn't it? Skin wolves are okay. Skin wolf, ice wolf combo is like a very okay combo. Yeah, I think you are spamming Marauder Champions? Marauder Champion Great Weapons? No. I think you're spamming Berserkers? Berserkers behind these guys is not bad. Yeah, my Norska's a little bit out of date. Double Javelin in the back's not too bad. And then you have your anti-cav. Yeah, it's probably good enough. This one's probably good enough for most situations. I think we'll take, what? A couple more Ice Wolves? Man, Norska, I don't know, man. This is the faction that Oishi doesn't even win with very often. So, yeah, they're not super great. You know what? Replace these guys with armored skin wolves. Good enough. So if you're playing Norska, they generally have a very one-note playstyle. Just start with a bunch of Marauder champions, Marauder berserkers. Get your Burning Head going. You basically need nothing else. And Throg is your main single entity smasher. This build doesn't have any terror. If you do want to play around with mammoths, just cut these guys and take a mammoth war shrine. This is the best war shrine because it gives a vigor increase. But if you find your mammoths are dying all the time, don't go for the mammoth. Just go for more Marauder champions and it'll be fine. This build has more or less counters to everything you could possibly wish for. And generally you're not summoning a lot of infantry with this faction. You want to stick with the Marauder horsemen, Beasts of Tashnar, because they got that missile resist, so they're resistant against skirmish. And then Ice Wolves plus Armored Skin Wolves is going to be good enough for cavalry. This will be good enough. And then, yeah, the biggest thing is like swap the champions with mammoths. But definitely go for champions. They are an amazing unit because they're the only unit with high armor on the roster. For Nurgle, what? Okay, Turin probably has a way better build for Nurgle here, but I'll go with what I've been seeing. It's very straightforward. Dang, that's pretty cool, actually. That's a huge damage was this. With Nurgle, I think straight up. You take this guy on a Rot Beast. How high? Fleshy Abundance. It means contact effects. Okay, I just take him with Fleshy. They go for an Exalted Hero. Exalted Hero on a Rot Beast. You can even take missile resist on him. Dang, yo, Nurgle kind of hype. Are Fimir just bad? Generally, they're bad because they're kind of slow. Let's see. Nurgle. Usually, I don't know. You can get shot up a lot as Nurgle. Just trying to recommend Chaos Warriors of Nurgle. You know, the Plague Ogres are actually surprisingly hard to take down. I'm no Nurgle expert, but I can give people the gist of what's good enough. And then maybe send them to Turin instead. Let's see, do Pestigores? Pestigores fill out the cost fairly well. They can get a couple Pestigores summoned. You got the Rotting Riders, Angels of Decay. I would never take Nurglings. I think it's a big trap for most new players. Definitely would just hard pass on those. I think the Rot Knights, the Rotting Riders are good. You want some skirmishers, yeah. So I'm no Nurgle master. I would highly recommend Turin's Nurgle guide instead of looking at me for how to play them properly. But this is generally a smorgasbord of good units and current meta takes. A lot of people are taking Tarmakon on foot right now because he is incredibly hard to kill on foot. He also has bonus versus large, so he can actually duel many targets. And he's reasonably fast at 55 speed. Chaos Sorcerer with healing to heal up Tarmakon, and an Exalted Hero to just get the fighting in. Plague Ogres are a really fun unit to play around with. Pestigores are extremely powerful. You can use Rotting Riders as your cavalry, and you have your Angels of Decay to shut down any faction that doesn't have anti-air. These guys are really good at sniping single entities. But in general, I'm no expert at Nurgle. If I had to run a generalist build, this would be it. If you're not a fan of the Plague Ogres, just take more infantry. People are telling me Turin likes Chosen, so you can take Chosen too if you're interested in that. But otherwise, yeah, this is generally what you're gonna be working with. But the biggest asset is definitely Foot Tarmakon. He is a menace. He's very powerful nowadays. Caster on a Rot Beast can also be nice, yeah, but usually I think it's just the Tammy. It's just the Tarmakon. I think he's by far the strongest guy you can take. Ogre Kingdoms. Do I still have that disgusting Ogre Kingdoms build? You know what? Sure. If you're gonna play Ogre Kingdoms, go for this build. It's a gross one. It's a triple Thunder Tusk, Stonehorn, Hunter on a mount with a Slaughter Master with heals and Toothcracker to give them missile resist. You can cut this. It's not that useful, but mostly you're gonna Troll Guts these single entities, and you have an Eshin Maneater to debuff single entities so you can fight them. This is another YOLO build for those single entity enjoyers out there, where you just value trade for the entire game. Capture points are way less important here, and then you have your Maneater pistols to defend these guys. It's a fun one. It's an A move build, I know, but it's going to win you most of your games if you're willing to go super hard on the single entities. For Skaven only have one build, so this is very straightforward. If you're playing as Skaven, just take this build and nothing else. You want Rat Ogre spam to defend your infantry that have essentially no mass. You want to max out on Slingers because they're one of the best range units in the game right now. Natty Boobos to snipe targets. You protect that bad boy. And the main winner of this build is Ikki-Claw with Flensing Ruin. You want to spam unlimited power and Flensing Ruin on their Lord 24/7, and you'll be totally fine. I had a couple streams of Skaven. This is generally what you want to go for. Storm Vermin are amazing, and that's basically it. You know, you got your Triads and your Rat Ogres. Everything here is basically just to defend your Skaven slaves and Natty Boobos. You can take more Doomflayers though if you so wish. You can cut like the Warp Lightning, go harder on Doomflayers for a little bit more anti-infantry, but generally I find Storm Vermin are more than enough. For Slaanesh, oh boy, Slaanesh. I guess Slaanesh really only have like, they don't have that much, but there's some pretty spooky things you can do with them. Honestly, the Chaos Warriors are great because they're really fast. And then you just support them with like maxed out Hellstrider, Fiends, and then Skirmish Cav. This is basically as Slaanesh as it gets. Yeah, I guess this is. Oh yeah, and don't forget to take Furies, I guess. Yeah, don't forget Furies. So I guess you don't need as many Skirmishers. Like you probably don't need 4 Furies though, right? Okay, now it's just min-maxing. Oh, jeez. The min-maxing's difficult. Do you need this many Fiends? Double Fiend is still like pretty nice. I think if you're going double Fiend, you don't need that many Hellstriders though. Even though they are one of the best units. Nah, you gotta get the Hellstriders, right? You know, I'll cut the Fury. We'll do this. Definitely the best one is the Exalted Keeper. And yeah. So you want Seductive Glory, Arcane Feasting on Fear. Smoke and Mirror is not bad. And then you just need, let's see, so you got all your infantry. It's not in the spirit of the Prince of Excess. You need at least 2 Keepers of Secrets. Actually, I did run the double Keeper of Secrets style for a bit. That was pretty fun. Let's see here. Starting build should just be some infantry for most scenarios. Could take double Forsaken too. Can I get the spending just right with this? You know what? Sure. You know, this is actually a really fun build. If you want to play Slaanesh, this is a pretty fun one. Because you definitely have enough single entity killing power to take down anything. And Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh are really fast compared to other Chaos Warriors. So you'll do way better against range builds with these guys. With just a rushdown. You take Pit of Shades with this guy. Usually be Purveyne, but this build isn't taking any of the banned units. And Seductive Glory means you have Rampage for skirmishers or flyers. Furies are going to be important if you're playing against like Cathay Balloons or just an excessive amount of flyers. But the real deal breaker is a Marquee of Masochism. You have basically a mega combo here where you take Phantasmagoria and you cast that after Seductive Glory. So it's a 15-second net or Rampage, which forces them onto you, followed by followed by an 11-second net AoE from Phantasmagoria. You can basically kill any single entity with this combo. And of course, you're just going to take the best Slaanesh cavalry that's not banned. Hellstrider spam. Marauder Horsemen just in case. You don't summon these guys unless you absolutely have to. Same with the Furies. You're basically just going to be spamming these guys, and it's going to be great. Essentially, everything else is just if you want to have fun. But if you just want a handful of good units, this will be able to deal with most enemy armies. For the Tomb Kings, my best build was actually this one. It's a really wide infantry build with archers that'll basically never get shut down because you're spamming cavalry behind them. That can defend them real nice. You take Horse Cetra because he comes in with anti-large and it's really hard to snipe. And then you run Usirens. This bad boy deals 2,000 damage to any target that has more than 25 models. And Jaff's Overcast gives you bonus versus large, so you can use that to win cav fights with your horsemen against like Centaurs and such. This one's a good one. Alright, the Ushabti are surprisingly good at killing elite infantry too, which Tomb Kings generally will have a hard time against. And a Skeleton Chariot for whenever you win that mobility fight. This will run down infantry like no one's business. It's a great build. Won me a tournament. And you start with Skeleton Horsemen too to capture points early. It's just a solid one. I would probably just run this build into most factions. You do need Ushabti Great Bows versus some factions though. So just make sure you sub that in instead of the normal Ushabti as needed. For Tzeentch, this is the same build. Actually, it's not bad. For Tzeentch, I would recommend something like this. Maybe you can cut the Flamer. If you want to go for an Air Supremacy build, go for it. You can run Changebringers, they're great. But generally, a bread and butter Tzeentch build that will not be hard countered. Whoops, that's Tomb Kings. A general bread and butter Tzeentch build that won't get hard countered looks like this. You take Kairos with Blue Fire for sniping potential. If they bring a Lord that can get sniped by Blue Fire, it's just an instant loss. But otherwise, you're going to be going for this combo. Tzeentch's Firestorm and Gaze of Fate. Tzeentch's Firestorm has a really long windup, but it will almost guarantee kill any elite infantry or cav you throw it on top of. And with the Gaze of Fate, They're not going to be dodging it. You're going to have a lot of extra winds of magic with Scroll of Destiny. Arcane Conduit just for more magic. You know, all this stuff is just for spell casting. And on top of that, you have a great infantry front line. Severed Claw is probably the best infantry on the entire roster. You got your Spawn Forsaken combo to actually tussle in a melee grind. And then you have a little bit of cavalry in the back to support. Tzeentch is pretty weak in the meta right now. So a lot of the time people go for cheese with the Kairos sniping or like a Soul Grinder sniping. But this is a pretty, you know, straight up build. The Exalted Flamer is a little bit squishy. So you're going to have to put most of your micro into this guy, dodging attacks and such. But if he can actually get his shots off, you're going to be winning all of your melee fights. Lord Pombus, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it very much. Will there be any more matches? No, I'm just going to finish this up and then call it a day. Vampire Coast, unfortunately, they basically only have one playstyle right now. So we'll just show that off. If you're playing Vampire Coast, there is only one build you should go. And it's a boring one. It's just gonna look like this. It's the stuff 'em up build into the horizon. There's nothing special about Coast anymore. They killed my poor boy. Do you need artillery after this? Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, just take another handgun. Dang, can't even spend all my money. Might as well just take Silostra on the Crabbo. Let's see. How can I finagle this? You know, it's good the Silostra and the Crab. They don't need it. Double Morin gold? Dang, so close. 200 gold left over. You know what? This'll do. Yeah, this'll do. Oh my gosh, this is such a this build right here is like the epitome of Vampire Coast in the meta right now. So CA have nerfed Vampire Coast's other playstyles a lot. So a lot of the time, this is the playstyle that you're gonna see people go for. They massacred my boy, but yeah, this is definitely it. Oh crap, it's so wide you can't even see the stuff here. It's a handgun and 2 Moringles. But yeah, this is the Vampire Coast main tide meta, where you take Silostra with Kraken's Pull, or like, I don't know, Tide Call or whatever, and Ghost of the Past. She summons in her cavalry and she just kind of sits around. If she gets sniped, you resummon her and bring the cavalry back. So it doesn't even matter if she gets sniped. And you just have a fat infantry line that can walk towards your enemy and kill everything. Sirens in case they don't have magic damage, Hulks to provide a little bit of extra mass, and Moringles just to tear things to shreds. It's a very straightforward build, and if you copy it, you're probably gonna win. Just make sure that you keep advancing. This is definitely a rush and stuff 'em up style of build, where you're just spamming mostly zombies most of the time. Vampire counts is the same. God dang it, vampire counts is exactly the same. All right, here we go. I guess we might as well. We might as well show this one too. Take this guy on a hell steed. He just cackles, runs around. What has the meta come to? Double white king with the scab scrap. It's infantry into the horizon. Whoops. Let's see, unholy lodestones. You want 2 of those. You definitely want to start with crypt horrors, at least 2 of them. Then you take Vargulf in reserve to handle anything that might cause you issues. A million bats. Probably just skip the cav, right? Yeah, mostly just skip the cav, cause it's gonna be Crypt Ghoul City in this business. Yeah, we go. This is like the de facto boring vampire account style. But it's a good one, so we are obligated to show it off. These cause terror, so that's actually rounds out the build pretty well. Yeah, so if you're playing vampire accounts, you know, I'm just gonna move my thing here. If you're playing vampire accounts, this is the build that you want to go for. It's also an infantry tide. Most people will go for something like this, where you take Master Necromancer with Wind of Death, just in case you get some juicy infantry to hit. It's way harder to dodge nowadays. Raise Dead to shut down range units, and this is similar to the Tomb King's build. Rush in with a million units of infantry that are never gonna die because these unholy lodestones heal in an AoE. Scab Scrap on both of your White Kings to kill the low armored archers that would otherwise out DPS this army. And then Crypt Ghouls to capture points really quickly and effectively. You got a million Crypt Horrors and a million things to slow down your enemy. Terror in the form of Vargeist, also really good versus Cav. Vargal for single entity situations. And Black Coach, which is actually doing pretty well right now. It's quite good at routing off infantry while they're grinding against your skeleton tide. That is true, yeah. You might need to mix around your tech pieces a little bit. Mortis Engine occasionally is going to be needed if they spam a lot of infantry. But this is your core. This right here is the core of your army, and you basically need nothing else. There are a couple other styles, but you know, we're just doing one build today. Warriors of Chaos actually changed up a little bit. Do I still have it here? I think the build's illegal now. Let's go to Skirmish versus AI. Yeah, I think my old Warriors of Chaos build is no longer legal. Oh, I guess I just never saved one, huh? The meme coach? Yeah, the meme coach is actually no longer a meme. Okay, so Warriors of Chaos is pretty straightforward. You want 3 Hellstriders, and you want some Blood Beasts. Unfortunately, you're limited on your marked units, so you can't spam them as much as you used to. But 3 Hellstriders cycle in and out very quickly. That's totally fine. This is my patented style. The aspiring champion Forsaken Mega Squad. Great wombo combo you got going on there. Am I missing something? I swear I had something else here. So you have Archaon. Yeah, you want the Crown of Domination for sure. Yes, Kindle Flame. Yeah, that's basically everything. You know what? You can cut the Searing Doom. Just take Burning Head. It's fine. Yeah, this will probably do. And then you just take your Marauder Horseman. You do want the 1 Hell Cannon. So if you're playing Warriors of Chaos, this is kind of my de facto build. The best units in the roster are the Blood Beasts, then Aspiring Champions, and the Hellstriders, of course, and then the Forsaken. You have a couple Marauder Horsemen to potentially kite factions that go full melee. You have a Hell Cannon to uptrade in case it's too dangerous to go for a rush. And Archaon's just an amazing fighter that causes terror with the Crown of Domination. Burning Head to clear infantry so you can jump into their range units. And that's basically it. This is just a solid build to go off of. There was a recent nerf to Warriors of Chaos. They made Blood Beasts of Khorne count as marked units. So you can't spam them as much as before. But 2 should be good enough. 3 Hellstriders should be good enough. And that's basically all you need. If you want to be spicy, feel free to try fitting in some Rotting Riders. But generally, this is your bread and butter. You're spamming a lot of just solid infantry. And if you micro well enough, you should be able to win. And last but not least, Wood Elves. Wood Elves also like a Mantide style. Generally, you want to do this. Arrows of Kurnos. And Lord-wise, a lot of people are just going for... A lot of people are just going for a Spellweaver of, like, beasts with Flock of Doom. It's the most boring High Elf style ever. But we must showcase it. Yeah, you take a bunch of archers. Take a couple more archers here. And that's basically it, right? Dang, this build just builds itself. Yeah, oh yeah, actually, let's get rid of this. Get them in. Yeah, it should be enough. Alright, if you're playing Wood Elves, this is usually what you want. It's a very straightforward build, where you go for the cheapest lord possible with literally just Flock of Doom and nothing else, not even a mount. Because if she dies, you can just resummon her. A Waystalker with 1 Arrows of Kurnos, as is allowed in all tournaments currently. And then just a bunch of Dryads. Just a bunch of Dryads, a bunch of Eternal Guard. All of these units will trade very well in melee, and they'll defend your Glade Guard. After that, you basically spam Cavalry, and if they have a bunch of units that, you know, if you feel like you can defend more archers, sure, you can take a couple more of these guys, or you can sub them out for more cavalry. But otherwise, it's very one note, but it's very powerful, especially because Dryads are really strong right now. And that's basically it. There's my rough overview of all the factions. You know, I'm a little bit more practiced with some than others, but it should be a good starter for getting into multiplayer. Definitely, it should be a pretty nice spread too of single entity builds or wide builds and kite. So hopefully you enjoyed. I'm gonna call it quits for the rest of the day. I'm actually exhausted right now. I don't know why, I just feel so tired. Maybe I didn't eat enough of a breakfast. So we'll go and do that. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow with either XCOM or Warcraft 3. Clip it and ship it. We'll get that sent out. And I'll see you guys then. Peace, peace. Have a wonderful rest of your day, people. It was a nice tournament. I can't believe I lost to Chaos Dwarfs. Yo, Chaos Dwarfs, yeah, they're really held back by cannons, aren't they? I feel like I have nothing against cannons, man. Cannons feel so painful against them. Like, they're just not a rush faction. You can tell I'm just gonna be thinking about that game for the next few hours. Oh boy.